Hello there, REM Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, Rem, and today we'll be chatting with Brian Steele, returning guest, executive producer at Evil Genius Games, about his career and passions about gaming. We also have a fantastic giveaway of Everyday Heroes core rules and the Pacific Rim Cinematic Adventure Sourcebook. So you can type hashtag RemPC in the chat for a free entry to win, and the drawing will be done at the end of today's episode of the One Shot Show, coming up right after Rules of Cool. You can also get bonus entries by donating bits or subscribing. Every 100 bits gets you a bonus entry, and subscribing gets you 7 whole bonus entries. Now, in Realm Alternis news, Exit Vector is the aerial combat minis game coming to Kickstarter. It is actually live now. You can give your pilots some much-deserved attention as you use this rules-light game on its own or as part of your cyberpunk role-playing game. Get your rigor on with Exit Vector and follow the link in chat to check out the project. Don't forget to enter your email. And Well of the Worlds is coming to Kickstarter from Mobius Worlds Publishing. Powered by Prowlers and Paragons Ultimate Edition, this TTRPG setting transports characters into a new fantasy world where they discover they have powers that they didn't have in their home world. Inspired by Japanese isekai portal fantasy stories, this is a world of adventure for you to explore. Learn more by visiting the link in chat and following the project. Overlords in Training is now live on Kickstarter. It is a brand new card game brought to you by the new Catalyst board game division. Attack your opponents while conserving resources for the ultimate fight against the boss, Mike. Check out the link in the chat to pledge now. Now it's time to get right into our conversation for this week, so stay tuned, RemPCs. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to you, Brian. Welcome back.
Hello. How are you doing on this fine storm-filled evening?
Yeah, it's bizarre because I've been trying to move my car now that I live in a city because there is no free parking on jeudi, which is Thursday. So now every time I'm like Thursday, jeudi. But it's great to see you. We didn't get to see each other too much at Origins.
Briefly, from where I was sitting, I could see you through a gap. I could see the Realm Alternis booth, and occasionally I saw your brilliantly colored hair over there.
Occasionally, yes. It's I'm a beacon. Anyone can see me. How was your Origins? Tell me what you did. I'm excited to. This is public catch-up time.
Yes, so it was weird because I was there specifically with my side project with Warzone Eternal. I was doing demos and stuff. We didn't have anything to sell. We were just there basically showing people how to play the game and get people, signed up for the backer kit and things, which is going to open sometime in July. But it was very low key. I haven't been to Origins in a couple of years, so it was nice to kind of go in low stress for one. But Evil Genius was there, and they were there in force. So I still kind of popped over occasionally to the booth and said hi, and got some FaceTime in with my colleagues. And I had one particular instance up in our demo area upstairs that I forgot that I wasn't wearing like Evil Genius. I had nothing on my person, no business cards, nothing on my tag. And I'm just telling people how it is. I'm like, oh yeah, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. And oh yeah, you should totally check this out. And the blank stare that I was getting, I realized that they thought I was just a rando fan sitting there at the table, like just trying to, sell them on a really cool product. And I was like, I have no way of telling you that I belong behind this table at this banner and so forth. So yeah,
That's I
it was a good show. It was just weird.
I've been at plenty of those conventions where someone sits down at the table and it's like, you like what we do way too much. Thank you for that, but also weird.
Yeah, exactly. I definitely looked like one of those super fans. Just oh, you asked a question? Well, I'm just gonna butt in here and tell you all about it from the inside out. And then I realized after the fact, I was like, oh wait, that guy probably thought I was a super weirdo because I had
It's
nothing that said I belonged there.
I remember when before I really cared about Shadowrun, we were getting ready to play it, and there was this guy in our group that really loved it, and so it we teased that he was the well actually guy of our group. Um, but his go-to became the thing about Shadowrun is dot dot dot. So it was a constant like the thing about Shadowrun is, and now every time I catch myself saying it, I'm like, oh, I'm that person.
You caught that illness and now it's there. It's festering in you, and now you're gonna pass it on to someone else, and they're gonna take it
Yeah.
back to their store. Absolutely,
Awesome. Well, it's great to hear that you had a good origins.
it
Now
was fun.
tell me, tell me what happened with Evil Genius, because that's news to me. I'm all excited about this.
Yeah, so I was happily freelancing my life away over doing all crazy amounts of Essence 20 stuff at Renegade. Happily loved it, and a dear friend, I believe you know Rob as well,
Um,
Wyland,
yeah,
Rob
yeah,
Wyland. Uh,
yeah.
Rob reached out to me and said, "Hey, there's this company. You're always looking for extra gigs. There's this company that is hiring for convention work, convention scenario work, and they've got a bunch of cool licenses. You do licensed stuff for Hasbro, so it just makes sense." And so I reached out and I was like, "Oh my God, you guys have like Rambo and Total Recall and all these other great licenses that you're hiring for. Can I do a scenario?" And the gentleman who was running the convention adventure process brought me on board and was like, "Yeah, you can do this Total Recall thing." And I was like, "Yeah, just in case if you guys need anything else, here's my CV. 20 years of industry garbage from every direction." And about halfway through getting that scenario done, the owner, Dave Scott, emails me and is like, "Hey, love to talk to you. You've done a lot of things in the industry, like a lot." And I was like, "Well, yeah, I've been around a while. I try to be humble. Hubris is definitely not my anchor." And I was like, "Yeah, I've been around. I've done some stuff. Why? What's going on?" And they're like, "Well, we've got this project going on that we think you'd be perfect for." And they brought me on for a license, NDAs and all that stuff I can't talk about. But they brought me on for this project, and it within a month, the fit it was just a really good fit. And the boss looked at me, during one of our little kind of catch ups, and was like, "I want to bring you on as staff. I want to get you in, start managing things. Let's get you in a position where you can use your 20 years and make it be go, so to speak." And
So
that's how I
what's
ended
your
up.
position now?
I am executive. I'm a rules developer, but I am my actual thing. When I get my business cards printed, it'll say executive producer of sci-fi. Basically,
That's
our science fiction
awesome.
stuff is currently I'm managing things, and I'm still getting a chance to write and develop and make rules and stuff when I can. But I'm doing a lot more like managerial things, which is cool. I'm having fun. It's been a while since I've managed any kind of team,
Mhm.
and back since like my Cool or Not days is when the last time I did management stuff. Everything else has just been raw creation. Um, so it's cool. I really like where they've got me and what they've handed me. But it's still relatively new. I've only been over there for 3 months, I think, three or four
Okay.
months at this point. Yeah, like
So
it's
before I decide whether or not I'm happy for you, what does this mean for your Shadowrun writing?
oh, yeah, no, that's extra time. That's
Okay, then
I
I'm
do
very
I do
happy
have
for you.
Yeah, no, I still have my novels that I owe John. No, yeah. In fact, actually, I was just telling my wife over either dinner last night or over lunch today that one of the days this weekend I'm probably going to go ahead and shut myself and do some get some words down on the novel because it's been a week or two. So
Yeah.
yeah.
My love is conditional. As long as you can keep doing putting out good Shadowrun content, we're good.
As far as I know, it will not be getting in the way of anything. And not to mention, I told you before, I signed a multi-book deal with John, so they've got fiction coming out of me for a while. It'll just have to be in my spare time.
Awesome. That's so exciting. Cool. Well, congratulations. I mean, Evil Genius, I've a lot of people have heard about. It's one of the like upper medium in terms of the sizes of the companies that I see at conventions and stuff like that, and their names on
Mm.
products and things. So that's really exciting. I'm excited that you get to stretch some of those muscles, and few people deserve it as much as you do, Brian. So I'm very happy for you.
Now, there are a lot of people who deserve it as much as I do. I'm glad that I managed to land it. I will not lie that it seems sometimes that I'm in the right place at the right time, and that hopefully talent and perseverance keep me in those positions.
Yeah,
Uh,
I've noticed in the gaming industry, I think when God or whoever set up my character, I got the lucky feat. So I feel like that's kind of the same thing. We're right
I've,
place, right
there's
time,
been a
and
couple.
right experience.
Definitely there's been a couple of rerolls that have come out the right way. So Interphase over in the chat says that they want to ask if they can be a Purple Ranger in Everyday Heroes. Um, so we don't have a Power Rangers book Interphase. That is the wrong system that I've designed slash worked on. However, you could probably make somebody who wanted to act like a Purple Ranger. They could be a big fan. You could make a cool Everyday Heroes character that dresses like a Purple Ranger.
Ooh. Okay, so we were not going to talk about Power Rangers today,
Oh,
but
that's
you
okay.
started it.
No. Open book.
Uh,
Open book.
so last time you were on, we talked a lot about Power Rangers and some of the Renegade works that you've done. Um, but I haven't gotten to talk to you since you got to come on and live stream with Alternis and do some Power Rangers. Tell me about. I didn't get to see the episode, so tell me about it. What did
We
you play?
we had I played a Phantom Ranger, basically a time traveler that was coming in to make sure that they
Ooh,
did what they were supposed to do at the right time at the right place. It allowed the game master to write me in and out as they see fit, because I
cool.
could not because I couldn't sign on for a protracted. I mean, I never know when I'm going to be available to do anything, let alone a constant game. And
Sure.
so they I was able to basically just kind of show up, say some things, shoot a couple of lasers, and then vanish back into the time stream. It was a lot of fun, and they have a very cool crew. Like the people that are playing that game,
Good.
they seem to be really having a good time with it, and
That's awesome.
that always means a lot to me. Is anytime a gamer, it happened in Origins. One of the people who runs our demo staff, like basically kind of convention mom, like booth mom, like runs all the little parts. Um, the heart that pumps the blood through the booth. In conversation on our way back from one of the dinners, she said something about getting to be able, similar to Interface, getting to be able to play a Purple Ranger soon. And I was like, oh yeah, it sounds like that book's going to be at Gen Con. It's I'm glad you're a fan. And she was like, what do you mean? And I was like, that's a book I wrote. Like those are mine. I made that. And it's such a small world. Love, my friends of mine say that the world is the size of a grapefruit, and the gaming industry world is most definitely the size of a grapefruit. I run into people. One of the Evil Genius game masters is somebody we've got dozens of friends because they live in Southern Indiana, and we both used to LARP at the same time, and I may have missed him by a couple of years, but we definitely have like the Venn diagram of people we know crosses over. And I
Yeah,
never met the guy in my life. Like it was just one of those. You said Bloomington, Indiana. Do you know? I do. Do you? And it just becomes that Scooby Doo sandwich. So it's crazy.
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. So you touched on this a little bit, so I wanna circle to what is this? Tell us about this new crowdfunding campaign for a personal project you said that you're working on.
Oh yeah. So Warzone Eternal is a sci-fi miniature skirmish game that I about 2 years ago, a gentleman named Alex who owns Resnova Games reached out to me. He used to be a big fan of Dark Age, which was one of my miniature games when I was at Cool Mini. And he basically was like, I watched your show, I watched your YouTube show, and you mentioned playing Warzone back in the '90s, and I was like, oh yeah, I loved that game. It is very close and dear to my heart. And he's like, well, I've got the license, and I would like you to help me bring it back. So he contracted me to help him develop his, kind of skeletal rules frame and design a bunch of units. And, now that we've gone through all of that, we had a successful Kickstarter that was to 238% goal, realistic goal, I might, not like a little, it was only $5,000 because we want big percentages. Like we raised, I think it was just under 170,000 for the game.
Nice.
Which
That's
it puts us
that's
into
noble.
for a tiny little skirmish game that is literally a company that's like
Yeah.
1.5 people. Hi doggy.
Heck yeah.
We guaranteed a retail presence. It funded everything. I think we signed on at this point. I think we're up to like almost 40 retail accounts that are going to
Ooh,
carry the product. Yeah, like it's going to happen. And
that's
now
awesome.
by my side project is I help him with playtest. I help him with social media and stuff. He hates being on Facebook, and I like talking to people. Yeah, so it is my side gig, but it's fun.
That's really cool.
And I've at this point designed probably like 7 years worth of minis for him. So even if I fell off the face of the planet tomorrow, he'd be flush with models for a long time.
So you already funded at the
Knock on wood.
one,
I'm not gonna.
yeah, yeah. So you already funded at the in the hundreds of thousands. So what's coming up in July?
The backer kit is going to open so we can get late
Oh,
backers. Because
gotcha. Okay.
we demoed it. Yeah, we demoed the game at Adepticon and we demoed the game at Origins, and we had tons of people that were like, "How do we get in on this?" And it's like, well, right
Cool.
now you can't. You can join the Facebook group or you can watch my socials. That's about it. But then sometime in July, Alex is going to finish the backer kit program because that software is
Awesome.
unique. I'm sure you are
Yeah.
aware.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's just my kind of like fun little side jaunt. And then my day to day is doing right now. I'm really focused on Total Recall and Pacific Rim.
Cool.
Those are my two primary licenses, and I'm dealing a lot with.
Yeah, let's go that way. Nice segue. Thank you for that. So
I,
let's talk about
I do what I can.
it's Pacific Rim Adventure Paths, right?
Correct. We technically had one Kickstarter that just ended that covered the cinematic adventure paths for Pacific Rim and Kong Skull Island.
Oh yes. Oh, I
two,
saw that.
two separate projects that use the Everyday Heroes rule set as their core base. That's actually how the whole Everyday Heroes thing works. Is basically the main book gives you everything you need to do to run a modern 5e game, whether
Okay.
you're fighting aliens or robots or dogs that walk upright, whatever you want to do. And then all of our cinematic adventure books, they bring some kind of different rules aspect that's basically the kind of core out of that setting to the Everyday Heroes rules. So you could apply, if you wanted to, you could apply anything to anything because they all kind of play nice together. But the idea is if you wanted to play Pacific Rim, you've got rules to pilot Jaegers. You've got rules for giant monsters. You've got rules for the drift. All these things.
Yeah.
Kong, you have rules on how to be tiny little people in a backdrop that has very big monkey.
Yeah.
Whereas something like Universal Soldier has rules for cybernetics. So
Cool.
and so if you wanted to, we'll say someone wanted to try Everyday Heroes and try out I want to try and play kind of Shadowrun light. You could,
Okay.
but you probably want to grab Universal Soldier so you could have the cybernetic rules so you could make your weared out street stamps and stuff.
Okay.
Uh, and so our cinematic adventure pads are it's basically a book that takes you a fully kitted out adventure. So the only thing that you need is the Everyday Heroes book. You actually don't even need the cinematic adventures splat book, the source book, to run the adventure path. We make sure that all of the rules that you need are referenced there, so you can just basically grab your Everyday Heroes and start at level 1, and it takes you up through level 10.
Cool.
And it's just a connection of different adventures and stuff that are all linked together, and it tells this kind of fun story.
And this is an Evil Genius product.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to talk about the next time you guys have a big release coming up. Let's get you guys on the one shot show so we can play the game
Absolutely.
together and show it off and stuff like that.
Absolutely. I think our next big one, I think we should, barring anything stupid, knock knock knock. We've got a big Highlander event at Highlander. There can be only one. That's one of our licenses, and we've got a big event at Gen Con
Awesome.
on Saturday night. I
Oh,
Yeah, so it's 60 players, all starting out
wow.
at different tables, playing the same adventure. And eventually it pairs itself down narratively and biologically down to the eventual where you will have basically the last couple of people fighting each other, and there will be, as typical Highlander fashion, there will be one winner, and that winner gets a replica Clan MacLeod sword that we had commissioned.
That's so cool.
Yeah, so
That's Saturday night at Gen Con?
mhm. Yeah, it's gonna be rad. Like it's gonna be a pretty cool all around event. And then of course, we were supposed to have copies of the Highlander cinematic book there for the first time, so that'll also be fun. I know that there are PDFs available on like drive through for these things, but like the actual physical copies we have are just now like reaching us, and some of them are hitting stores. So
That's awesome.
yeah.
So you said your attention is largely right now on Pacific Rim?
Mhm. and
Okay,
and some
so
and some Total Recall. So
okay. So what can you tell us about what to expect with what's coming for that?
in Pacific Rim, the big things we're focusing on right now is obviously getting the adventure path for the Kickstarter done. But there's actually a companion book that we said in the Kickstarter. We were like, you know what, we're going to throw it in there as well. And that is actually called the Jaeger Codex. It's effectively
Ooh,
like a game asset tech manual for how to build and level your own Jaegers. Right now in the cinematic adventures, there's some example Jaegers. There's some technology in there that lets you build your own stuff, and there's a couple of the iconic ones in there from the movies and the show. But we wanted to expand it to really kind of give players the chance to just go nuts and bring out all the craziness that they'd like to, uh, and build whatever they want. So we've added a ton of new like pieces of equipment and components, and a couple of new feats that are Jaeger specific. And then one thing that we mentioned in the Kickstarter is leveling a Jaeger, because right now they don't. They're just basically like a giant tank that walks. But we wanted to add a system that it makes sense that if your pilot is so in tune with this machine and is running around in it for months and years and survives against all these monsters, that your kind of connection with the machine gets better. And so we've worked that into a leveling system that the longer you are in the same frame, the same Jaeger, the Jaeger actually gets cool benefits. So I mean,
Um,
it's gonna be a lot of fun.
awesome. Okay. And then Total Recall?
Hmm. So recall the Cinematic Adventure. I believe the PDF is on drive through now. The print on
Okay.
demand file is being worked on, and then the actual physical copies will have soon, I suppose.
Okay.
And that it takes place as far as like the information you get in that book. It brings you to uh, the first movie, not the remake. It's really the feel is more the '80s movie. Um,
Okay.
but it brings in the ability to create mutants. Primarily, that is one of the first times we've done in any of our cinematic adventure books uh, a non-human. I mean, mutants are still human, but you know what I mean. Like not an offshoot. It's got something different. It's got different stats. It has different. It has powers. And one of the big things with Total Recall has always been, there's that underlying message of, you know, whether or not something is pretty is irrelevant. The risk versus reward on some of these mutations. Everyone remembers Quato, the little creepy thing that lived in that guy's belly. But like, so the more power, as from a character standpoint, the more powerful of a mutation you are, the more visible it is, the more easy that someone can just see you on the street. And unfortunately, in Mars's general, figurative atmosphere, that comes with a series of its own complications and prejudices, and living in the Martian ghetto and that kind of thing. So it's a really cool
Okay.
book. Yeah, I had a lot of fun writing the one of the Gen Con scenarios. I think it's a Gen Con scenario. Um, it's a scenario. It's going to be used at a convention at some point. But it was just a lot of fun to get in there and kind of flesh out what we know Total Recall Mars is like, but we only got to see a portion of it in the movie, so we get to kind of
Okay.
fill in some of the extra dots. Yeah.
Okay. Well, is there not that everything you've already told us isn't cool enough, but is there anything else either coming from Evil Genius or from other freelance projects you've been working on that you are able to tell us about or hint at or
Um, I know that Renegade announced a couple of books of mine should be at Gen Con, I think, and that's the Decepticon directive for Transformers,
cool?
and a Jump Through Time for Power Rangers. I believe. I don't know if they're going to be. I'm kind of out of the loop when it comes to when those will hit stands, but they might be at Gen Con. I know that
Okay.
Scott in one of their live streams announced it.
Okay,
Um,
cool.
and then yeah, there's a couple more SS20 products that I had written and worked on before I left over there, that I know they're coming at some point.
Cool.
So I'll be interested to see them in person, as well. So, and then
Awesome.
like I said, late backer kit for Warzone is in progress. Um, and then for Evil Genius, I know we've got some things that we're working on, but I don't know whether or not I would earn a knuckle slap if I talk about them. So there's
Sure.
cool things
Fair.
headed your way. I know that.
That's awesome. This is more for you. Just like we have such limited time to catch up, Brian. So congratulations, Gen Con TV audience. You get some friendship information here. But I know like the weird stuff in IPs that are coming out for games that you just wouldn't expect. Like we have a contract at Catalyst for a board game for Master P and Snoop Dogg.
Awesome.
That's a
Will
thing.
you get a chance to meet Snoop?
I don't know. I don't know that I would be that lucky, but I know that at the licensing expo in Vegas a few weeks ago, Lauren and Mike and John got to meet Master P. He was the one there that he did a press conference and was talking about the game and everything. So
That is awesome.
this is a weird world we live in. Like hearing Lauren Coleman say Master P repeatedly is like
that's got to be a kind of a disjointed thing. Yeah, I love it. Actually,
so yeah,
I ran into Lauren at Origins.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, it was because I knew Catalyst wasn't there. Catalyst was at a different show, but it was one of those things. He walked by the booth, and I was like,
yeah, he so we do I say we. Catalyst has done a partnership with a lot of the other vendors at Origins to have their booth supplies arrive via caravan, so that you don't have to pay the exhibitor contractor fortune. Their rates. So he wanted to be there to support the other people in the industry that pull together and do this together. So
that's awesome. Yeah, no, when I saw him, I was like, you're a Seattleite. That's a long trip to just come and hang out. So that makes sense. It's cool. It was very, very cool.
I do have to say though, like from my perspective, because I've seen behind the curtain from the exhibitor side, and I've been an attendee at Origins, and as an attendee, Origins is my favorite con. Like it's big enough to still feel like that energy and that something special that Gen Con gives, but it's still small enough that like you have time for some of those like intimate conversations and friendships get built and stuff like that. I really enjoy Origins.
I see. It's the small, intimate show that you couldn't make time to see me. I get it. No, it's no worries. I understand.
Ouch! Ouch! Kicked right in my feelings. let's get some time though for Gen Con. Let's chat at Gen Con.
I was gonna say. So I think my favorite show that is not work like work is actually Gamehole Con up in Madison. I think Gamehole is probably my favorite, just to go and have a good time. It's between that and Gary Con. Those are like my two. I love Adeptic. Who am I kidding? I just love being at shows. I enjoy getting to talk to people and play games. Gary
Con is great for networking. And I have a blast at Gary Con. But it's still very worky because you like everyone's networking. Not that you aren't at Origins, but like you don't have to be, which is nice.
I got to do
Adepticon.
I got to do mostly artist networking at Origins. I got to do
gotcha
the artist alley, which confused me more than anything because they had it going sideways instead of up and down the aisles like normal.
Yeah, it was weird.
Nigel had to point it out to me because I was like, where are all the artists? And he's like, oh, it's right down the middle. I was like, it's not. 600 goes, and he's like, no, this way. And then suddenly I felt really silly. I was like, oh yeah, I could turn left.
It was bizarre, but I'm glad because last year they kind of had all the artists away in a corner. So it was nice to be a little more central, but also still a weird choice. But Gamehole Con I have not gone to yet. I'm thinking about maybe this year, maybe next year. We'll see. But I've heard everyone I talk to is like Gamehole Con. So I'm like, okay, I gotta try it eventually.
It really is. It's just a super fun show. It's way laid back. It is a show for gaming and streaming. Like just having a good time. The charity auction's always tight. I get to watch things that I can never afford. Just go to other people's hands.
Cool.
But I think obviously a time for me to do the plug because we're on the channel. Obviously, Gen Con is the best 4 days in gaming. Obviously, which is not false. Like I look forward to Gen Con every year. It's crazy. It's busy. It's the best 6 days in meetings. Like it is absolutely just a madhouse. Which is why Origins feels it's not, like you said, it is laid back. You get a chance to actually sit down and talk to people. So I completely agree. I do love Origins. I have missed Origins. I Was sad to see several of the big names that normally go weren't there. But it left room for, if you went down the list of vendors, there were a ton of little stars next to the name of
Yep.
first timers. There was a
I
ton of
saw
first time
that.
people.
I thought it was a typo at first because I was like, oh, they accidentally made everyone a new vendor in the book. And then I was like, no, it's just a lot of them.
There's a lot of new vendors, and you kind of lose track of that when you go to like Gen Con and PAX Unplugged, and you see those giant booths that take up, you forget that Simon's booth alone could be like 8 vendors.
Yeah.
Like, that's no like knock to the larger booths. They've got giant companies to uphold. It's just
Yeah.
when those guys aren't there, suddenly the wish list of people who can get in goes, it
Right.
shortens real fast.
Well, and for me mentally, I need landmarks to remember where certain booths are. So I'll be like, "Ooh, I want to come back to this one," and my brain doesn't process numbers to be like, "Oh, it's in aisle 600 or something like that."
Okay.
But when I'm like, "Ooh, it's just down the way from Fantasy Flight or Paizo or whatever," like that helps my brain. So I miss it for the landmarks selfishly.
Speaking of landmarks, did you have time to swing past the Evil Genius booth and see the Jaeger pilot suits?
I which aisle were? Do you remember the aisle number?
500, 530. There's a 530, I think.
Because I walked the whole hall and I don't remember where the Evil Genius booth was.
So
And I don't know if that's because usually busy booths. If you were busy at a certain time that I walk past, my eyes glaze over it because I'm like, oh, they're busy. They don't need my attention.
well, and it was a
So that's
wall
possible.
it was a walled booth. It had walls on 3 sides. So
Oh, okay.
depending on where you came in from, you might have seen a crowd and been like, I'm not fighting through that.
Yeah,
But we
fair.
had we had 2 Jaeger pilot suits, on mannequins, and I walked in and I told Dave's my boss, and I was like, these are super cool. I was like, look how crazy detailed they are. They're awesome. And he's like, well, they should be. They're the ones from the movie. And I was like, yeah, yeah, they look perfect. And he's like, no, 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 they're the ones from the movie. And I looked closer, and
What?
it were legitimately, they got shipped in from Legendary, from the movie company to the show. They came out of Legendary crates. And so I took a bunch of pictures because, again, the product I'm working on right now is about Jaeger tech, and I'm like, all right, time to get in close. But
That's
yeah,
so
like
cool.
legitimately, they were 2 of the suits from the film, just standing in the booth
I'm
hanging out.
I'm so sad I missed that.
Well, I'm willing to bet that they'll probably be at the Gen Con booth. I would assume. I
Cool.
would
Cool.
I would hope so.
Awesome.
Um,
All
yeah, but
right, so
that was neat.
I'll be a little less selfish now and stop catching up with Brian, and bring the conversation back to our audience here. Brian, you've done so much in the industry, from minis to game design to fiction to development to everything. Um, so, what advice do you have to for anyone wanting to get into game design and development? Like, where do you start? How do you start?
So the snarky answer is, um, any designer, as long as you're designing, you're doing your part. Whether it's for your own home game, whether it's for something you want to put on for 99 cents or for free on drive through or DM's Guild or something like that, it gives you, it's practice, it's clout. If you can look at somebody and say, I've looked at writers for projects, and their CV, their resume is covered with a bunch of self-published things. That doesn't diminish them. That doesn't make me look at that person any less and be like, oh, you only put out things that are on PDFs. No, it shows me that you're dedicated. It gives me a time frame. If you've got 51-page PDFs on your resume, and and it was like 2 years worth of time, that's super prolific. That's for
Mm,
somebody who's obviously not doing it as their regular gig. That's a lot of work. um
yeah.
So it's, if you want to be a designer, start designing. That's my snarky answer. My more realistic answer is you need to have a tough skin, because you're going to get a whole hell of a lot of no's before someone strikes you with that yes, before someone decides to take the shot on you. It doesn't mean that it won't happen, but it does mean don't get discouraged. It's also, I mentioned earlier that the gaming industry world is the size of a grapefruit. It also means that you see a lot of the same names again and again and again in a lot of things. It can be discouraging. You hear this person's name 50 times and be like, man, give us some, let some of the little guys, the little fish in the pond have nothing to eat. Part of that is because they're good at their job. Like the reason why you see the same name again and again and again is because they're dependable, they're good at their job, they keep up with deadlines, they know the work, and that really goes a long way. But some of it is also opportunity. Like if you get the opportunity to do your best, don't. God, I really don't want to sound like an elitist prick. Check your ego at the door. If someone's willing to take a chance at you, don't look at them and say, well, I know you said June, but I can do July. Or if they tell you to write 8,000 words to a deadline, don't hand in 12, and definitely don't hand in 6. Try and shoot close to what they asked. At the end of the day, you're working for them. If you want to actually do work for a company or anything, yes, you're going to have some artistic creativity added in, but at the end of the day, they are requesting something of you. And if they look at you and say, shoot us something, and it can be anywhere between 8 and 15,000 words, and we'll make it work, then go nuts. But if that's the case, don't turn in 6 and don't turn in 16. Like stay to the parameters of the gig, and always remember, editors are not the enemy, they are your friends.
That's something that resonates. We had Kevin J. Anderson on the show ages ago, and I asked him a similar question, and because he's written for such massive IPs, with Star Wars, X-Files, stuff like that, and like, how do you get there? And he's like, I just started writing, and I wasn't a pain in the ass to work with. He's like, I took my editor's notes, I did what I was asked to do, and people started being like, man, he's easy to work with. And so they started offering his name up when there were openings.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
The first time someone reached out to me for a gig and was like, this other person said that you were great to work with, you did good work with them, and I need somebody in that role. It makes your heart, it warms your heart to go, people are saying nice things about me, but you've worked for that. You try and did that. I mentioned checking your ego out the door. Some of that is, don't let yourself get taken advantage of. Don't be like, oh, I need this job, so pay me nothing, and if you want to kick me, you can kick me. Don't be that. Stand up for yourself. Do the job that you need to do, but remember what is your ego and what is the job. There's two separate things. That's that. I hate to sound like that, but there are way too many people in this industry, and any industry, honestly, that they forget that they are still doing a job for someone else, and the operative term is you are working for someone. You aren't working for yourself, and they happen to be buying. I mean, that happens. You make something and someone buys it, and that's cool because you made it for yourself. But when you're working to order on someone else's behalf and someone else's gig, you gotta play their reindeer games, which is an IP that I look to seek with Everyday Heroes. So get Ben Affleck and reindeer games. That's what I can do.
That's awesome.
Reindeer games, all anthropomorphic heroes.
Ooh.
Santa Claus will be the big bad guy. Rudolph's the big hero. That's how it is.
Well, as we wind down here, because the hour always goes by fast with you, where can people find you and follow you to learn more about you, find more of your work, etc.?
On the Facey Space, I am Brian C.P. Steele. It is not a nom de plume. That is my born name. That's me. On Twitter and Instagram, I'm at Brian C.P. Steele. On TikTok, I'm at the Professional Nerd, which references my weekly YouTube show, Tales from a Professional Nerd, where I do a lot of this with this background and hopefully make people happy for an hour at a time.
Welcome.
And then, I know right now we are trying to launch a new and cool, fancy website over at Evil Genius.
Yay.
The evilgeniusgames.com still works. We are
Mhm.
trying to do a new version that I believe is under evilgeniusgaming.com. We own both of the things, but we launched it for a very short period of time and it went bleh. So we are trying to fix that and make it better. Right now, the old one still works. And if you're interested in Warzone, our Facebook page is probably the best. The Facebook group for Warzone Eternal is probably the best place where most of the conversation happens.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you for talking, and congratulations on all the new and cool stuff that you're doing and bringing to the gaming industry. We really thank you for all the work you do.
Well, thank you for asking me. I always love to. Yeah, I've never met a microphone I didn't like, and I always enjoy talking to knowledgeable people in the industry that understand how awesome they are, and that's you, and all of you in the chat.
Shit.
Uh,
Well, thank you so much. Now, don't go anywhere, Run PCs, because we will be right back with another message. Hi, everyone. Don't forget that we have a wonderful giveaway of Everyday Heroes core rules and the Pacific Rim Cinematic Adventures Sourcebook. Thank you so much to Brian for donating such a cool prize. Type hashtag RunPC in the chat for your free entry to win. And don't forget to get bonus entries by donating bits and subs. All funds help us to pay our cast and crew and keep producing content. You can also pick up t-shirts and merch at our Etsy store at www.remalternis.com/Etsy. Now stay tuned, because coming up next is the one-shot show featuring Team Badger Savage Worlds. See you next time, Run PCs.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols uh in blood, obviously, that are
Oh,
then coated
obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. um and we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
She says spell like 92 times. Spell, 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 spell,
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
That beautiful badger footage. All right. So, welcome to the One Shot Show. I'm Kinder, and we're ready to play some Savage Worlds. This week, or this session, we've got 3 awesome players. I played Savage Worlds with all of them before, so hopefully our technical difficulties can be kept to a minimum. But I'll go ahead and let each player go ahead and introduce themselves and a little bit about how how they tie in with other RIM shows. So let's go ahead and start with John, who's playing Angel this week.
Hello, everyone. I'm John. I'm going to be playing Angel. On Sunday nights, I am Panabon in Like Clockwork currently. Every other Wednesday, so in 2 Wednesdays' time will be the next episode, I am the GM / Zordon for Power Rangers Centurion. I'm also Ivan Ooze, in which I do a really bad accent for Ivan Ooze. If you recognize my voice, I've also been in the Alternis archives, becoming Mighty and Morphin, which is season 1 of a 4-season arc that I'm doing. Sentinels in Senior Year, which we are currently still recording, will eventually be coming out. Right now, we've got a really cool Deadlands, which is another Savage World property, I believe. Deadlands is it Savage World? Yes. Cowboys and ghouls and all those things. It's really cool. Yeah. I also do some of the social media work here around RAM, and I'm really excited to be playing again. Some of the people I played with here are today that I played with in Saints and Sinners, which is also in the Alternis archives. If you have not listened to that, it's a really fun, cool gangster space opera type thing. I'm excited to play a Badger tonight that is a definitely unique entity and nothing to do with 90s Fox Kids TV lineup programming at all. Very super excited to be here. So, yes.
And for those of you in chat, I just posted a link for the Savage Worlds science fiction campaign where John and Brandon almost died or died. I'm not sure. You'll have to listen to all the episodes.
I mean,
but,
Brandon did end up like making themselves available to the whole planet. Like everybody saw your face on that planet as you were trying to do computer and stuff, which I think was a stroke of genius. So.
Absolutely brilliant.
So the ever-present Chris, who is in just about every REM stream, go ahead and introduce yourself and the Weapon Y that you'll be playing today.
Hey, what's going on, Bubs? Yeah, my name is Chris, and yeah, I too will be playing a Weapon Y. That is one more that no, not that weapon that you're thinking of, but kind of. Yeah, totally. Yeah, not that guy. But I have big claws and I regenerate, so do with that what you will. Yeah, you can catch me here on Thursdays normally playing Steel Tiger in our damn darn
Emerald Glitch.
Emerald Glitch. Yeah, there we go.
I'm enjoying this already.
This is what we call Saturday morning energy. Okay, thank you, Chris. Brandon?
Yes, indeed. All right. Hey, all, I'm Brandon. I've been with REM for a bit. I played in the Alternia archives a couple of times. You might remember me from the brilliant game of Alien, in which none of the crew died. Nope, none of us. Nope, not people in an Alien game. Definitely didn't die there. And then, in addition, a game of Saints and Sinners, which I'm sure Panabon fondly remembers, in which, in addition, definitely nobody died. None of us. Nope.
I had a good time. I shot down a ship through their windshield because I was doing my job.
You did.
Sniper rifles. So I'm not,
That's true. It's true. And I broadcasted my entire face this entire face to a whole planet all at once with my brilliant undercover hacker character. Just totally meant to do that. Yeah, so I'm playing Hal. I am also a member of Team Badger, but I'm a robot with energy chainsaw badger claws and a Gatling laser and a heavy flamethrower and a hoverboard because Hal is nothing if not rad.
Is there any other type of flamethrower than a heavy one? Aren't they just generally speaking?
I think there's a wrist flamer, a heavy, and a heavy flamer, right? And in heavy, I think that's it. Mine is the one that does 3d12 damage instead of, I think it's like 3d8, something like that.
Oh, that's convenient.
Yeah, that's pretty handy.
So for the audience that hasn't played Savage Worlds before, the characters have been pre-generated, so the players don't have to worry about going through the process. But there is a very simple way that you can do your character generation, and I highly recommend it. I think that a lot of people do recommend it. It's what we'll be using for initiative tonight. It's called Savage US, and it not only tracks initiative, which is normally with dealing out a standard card deck, so your Ace, King, King, Jack, etc. As well as bennies, which bennies are kind of like Edge and Shadowrun. You can spend them for an in-game benefit. Speaking of in-game benefits, we're also going to be, I'm going to be using Immaterial Planes for the Savage Dice Roller, which Immaterial Planes has some really cool things there on their website, but for tonight's purposes, the dice roller will be what I'm using. And speaking of Savage Worlds, if you're into physical media, physical games, they're doing a Kickstarter with some really cool stuff. There's, for the first time ever, they're doing separate player books. The player books will have variant covers. The Kickstarter also has available things for status tokens like stunned or panicked, things like that. It's a really cool Kickstarter that's celebrating their 20th anniversary of Savage Worlds. One of the great things about Savage Worlds is it really doesn't matter what edition you pick up. I've got characters that I made 20 years ago that I can play today. I just break out the old character sheet and there we go. So Savage Worlds is a really great system. It's you roll 2 dice. One dice is based on the attribute or skill that the GM asks for. The other dice is just a simple D6, and you get if they roll the maximum amount on the die, then you roll it again and add them together. So if you roll a 6 on a D6, you go further and just compare the total and then add those together, and then compare that what you rolled on the highest of the 2 dice to the target number. And every 4 points that you beat the target number by is a raise, which will sometimes give you a greater effect. So to hit somebody, the roll will, if you get higher than 4 points higher than what you need to hit somebody, then you get an extra D6 on damage. And so it's a fairly fast system. With the exploding dice, it can get really swingy. Characters don't have a whole lot of hit points, and each wound that you take does make things harder. So combat, like I said, combat can get kind of swingy, but it's a lot of fun. I've run a lot of sessions of Savage Worlds, science fiction, and superhero. I'm not a horror gamer, so you probably won't ever see me run that, but Savage Worlds does a lot of horror gaming. So scary stuff does really well in Savage Worlds. Pulp does really well in Savage Worlds. So check out Savage Worlds if you haven't already. That's my whole corporate spiel, and hopefully one of these wonderful companies will go ahead and give us some love. So
You forgot to mention that supervillains do great in the Savage Worlds.
oh, just because you're playing a necessary evil game in somebody else's game, that's one of the interesting things about Savage Worlds is it's because it's a generic system. They have a very liberal licensing system for people to make settings for the rule set. So yeah, there's quite a few settings out there, and you can find a lot of it on the Pinnacle Entertainment Game website. All right, so tonight's game. Team Badger started the day with some training. You know, they were just relaxing, taking some downtime, and then somebody hacked into their secret hideouts. It's not really a secret, but it's a hideout, and hacked in and took over the practice room's computer, turning the practice room's robots against Team Badger. The team was able to successfully overcome the robots and figure out that a hacker known as the Void was responsible for the hack, and they went to his apartment, broke in, and a chase ensued. The hacker jumped into a limousine and disappeared. Before they could continue the chase, they got a phone call from Nicole Storm, director of Gamma Operations. Totally not Shield. That there was a problem. There was a supervillain that was rampaging through downtown Manhattan, and that she asked Team Badger to go deal with them. Weapon Y, played by Chris, hacked up a pier that they had tricked the walking ziggurat into climbing onto, and then they just pushed the pier out into the middle of the river, and Gamma Operations said, "We'll take it from here." So this is where we start the adventure, continuing the day of excitement for Team Badger. As Nicole Storm calls up and says, "Team Badger, great job on taking care of the walking ziggurat. But during the battle, we found that there were some superpowered individuals that we hadn't met or seen before. So I would like you to find these superpowered individuals and contact them peacefully. If they decide to fight you, well, then by all means defend yourself. But if you could recruit them for Gamma Operations, that would be most appreciated. I'm sending you the files on the individuals of what we have on them right now, and I hope that that you have good luck hunting." Nicole Storm out.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have to train any of them, though, do I?
Gamma Operations does a pretty good job of training, so you're pretty sure that they're going to be taken care of in that regard.
All right, I mean, I'll find it, but I'm not taking care of the wrong rats. You hear me?
No problem.
What did she say? What were we doing again? I had to make a phone call to Bobby. I told him I owed him pizza because I shoot him out because I thought he had broken into our training facility. So I'm sending an apology pizza. What are we up to now?
We're on the hunt for unregistered superhumans, and if we have to fight them, so be it. But the goal is to recruit them to our cause. Now, I was just making sure that we didn't have to, doing a whole lot of babysitting. It's just like, hey, do you want to join or not?
I'm probably good. I'm not what they'd call a persuasive fellow. I'm more of a if God had sandals, he probably wouldn't have had me be a badger person. Yeah. No, see, would any of us? I guess I would certainly say you're kind of persuasive because when the claws come out, I mean, people seem to be persuaded by the claws quite a bit. So I guess in a way we are kind of persuasive, aren't we?
Yeah, I think Hal should probably do the talking.
I can talk.
Dude, I fell off the ugly tree twice and hit every branch on the way down. Like, they don't want to talk to me.
That you certainly did.
I would like to think of it as you fell off the ugly Bronco twice, and then you got back on the third time, and it kicked you in the face. Should have got back on the third time.
I mean, you're not wrong.
We don't got to go to Jersey, do we? I'm not allowed in Jersey.
What'd you do?
What didn't I do is the better question.
Hal, can you run like a background on Angel real quick?
I can run this background. Yeah, I would love to run an electronics or a knowledge check just to see exactly what Angel did in Jersey. What do you think?
About research?
How about research? I don't have the research skill.
But you still have that wild die. So unskilled is D4 minus 2.
Oh no.
And the wild die is a D6. So you roll both of them.
Oh no.
The minus 2 applies to both rolls.
Oh, okay. Well, the good news is that the D4 exploded. The bad news is that I still get a -2 because it's unskilled. So yeah, that's going to be a 3 for that research.
Angel and New Jersey comes up with a lot of different responses.
Did any of the responses involve a clown costume? Because it did involve a clown costume.
Do any of them come up with a clown costume?
That would be a different search. If you want to go ahead and risk that critical fail.
It was a bachelor party. It's not my fault. I was, being festive.
Uh-huh.
So the first file that comes up on your communicators is a picture of a lizard person. And the file says that there is more than one of these individuals, and they apparently live in the sewer. So
people do.
They were very helpful in keeping civilians out of the way of the walking ziggurat. And Nicole Storm says that they seem to be at least neutral towards gamma operations, and feels that they would be a great asset to add to gamma operations if you could recruit them.
Do you think more than one means there's like twins, or more than one means that like they're gonna like turn into like 40 lizards and try to punch us all at one time?
Gremlins?
What kind of lizard are they? Are they like a leopard gecko, or are they like an iguana, or are they like a Komodo dragon?
Oh, dude, Komodo dragons.
Don't Komodo dragons live in the heat? I don't know if they could live in a sewer. I'm not going into a hot sewer. Oh, it's in the okay. Well, that's gonna be still better than being in Jersey.
I would also like to point out that Angel and Weapon Y both also have keen senses.
A hot sewer.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
A hot June sewer. Oh no.
It's a good thing I'm immune to poisons and diseases.
But
I swear, if I come over any superpowered turtle wearing ninja masks, I'm gonna punch them straight in the face.
They'd be lizards.
Oh, Hey,
Well,
look,
no, because they're also. I've heard rumors there are some turtles down there, and they like have like ninja skills, and that just seems silly to me. Like badgers make sense.
this seems illogical.
Sewer turtles, you know.
Sewer turtles seem thoroughly nonsensical.
I'm just saying the rumors that I hear about things that exist under the city. But I mean, if we're gonna go, we should probably go do the thing.
One should never raise a turtle without a proper basking lamp.
Oh, do we have names for these lizard persons?
No name was given in the initial contact during the battle with Walking Ziggurat.
They're just lizard people.
Right now, that's the only name, the designation that they have. So,
All right. I'm going to whip out my rad hoverboard and to the sewers.
You want to stop by a Dollar Tree? We could get like some clothespins, maybe. Block off our sense of smell a little bit.
Maybe. Just put your shoulders up and deal with it.
What is this smell you fear? Team members can have no fear.
Great. That's gonna work out great, I'm sure. Yeah, it's fine. All right. How close is the nearest sewer? Do we need to roll something to figure out where the sewer is?
no, it's New York. There's plenty of manhole covers. Just pop one open and you can drop down into the sewer, no problem.
Instead of popping one open, would it be possible to cut through the manhole with my energy chainsaw claws and just have the manhole cover just drop?
Yes, that is the thing that can happen.
Excellent. I'm going to make a big show of it. Just yeah, just energy chainsaw badger claws, just big circle around the sewer cover.
Just like Mama with her brisket on New Year's.
I mean, we could have just picked it up and not
I
mean, oh well, as it just falls into the sewer.
I do not have a mama. Your mama does not have claws.
My mama is your mama, fool.
I guess the one good thing about doing it this way is they know we're coming. We're not going to sneak up on anybody, so I guess that's kind of nice.
I sneak up on no one. Hal is going to hop on his totally rad hoverboard and hoverboard down into the sewer.
Every time you say that, I hear like a wee, like in the background.
Is there a ladder that I can use to descend instead of just dropping myself into the foul stench of the sewer below?
Yes, you can ease your way into the sewer, or you can try and land the superhero landing. Any number of ways that you could do this. I wish that there was a character that had just been rescued that could look at you and say, "Into the garbage chute, Flyboy." But there's no Flyboy, and there's no heroine that just got rescued. So
not unless those cats are still patrolling the sky in their SWAT jets. But if that's happening, that's a whole other thing.
I do want to note that Hal's hoverboard, being a hoverboard, will not sink into the sewage, but will hover slightly above it. Right, GM? Right?
I mean, assuming that. Go ahead and give me an athletics roll.
Oh no, I walked into that one.
You did.
Okay, athletics. All right. Okay, no -2 this time. All right. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. You're welcome, GM. That was Snake Eyes.
Okay, so in Savage Worlds, whenever someone rolls a 1 on both dice, I refer to this as Snake Eyes, even if they aren't both D6s. That's called a critical failure. and I give the player the opportunity to describe how things went wrong.
Oh, they went so wrong.
If they do well with this, then I give them a Benny. This is my personal play style. Other GMs do it differently, but the character has failed. There is no ability to re-roll a critical failure. So you're riding along on your hoverboard and something went bad. What happened, Hal?
Something went horribly wrong. So I'm spiraling down in a totally rad display of my hoverboard skills, just carving around the edge of this sewer pipe until I hit water. But I judged that angle just wrong. And unbeknownst to me, there's a large, squishy, slimy, brownish, greenish lump on top of the sewer water, just floating along, minding its own business. And my hoverboard hits it just wrong and just cruises right through the middle of it and just slips at a wild angle, throwing me off of the hoverboard as it goes careening down the tunnel. And Hal lands with a splash back down, full belly flop style, in the sewage, and then struggles splashing to the top of the water, even though it's really only like knee deep, but he fell in it, so you know. And just I did it on purpose, guys. That was completely deliberate. And Hal will, refusing to look at his teammates or admit that anything was wrong, promptly goes splish splashing, dripping sewage from his shining metal torso all the way, and he'll go splish splashing down the tunnel after his hoverboard.
I'm gonna gingerly climb down this ladder after that display.
Rad.
That's right.
Yeah, that definitely looked like you intended to do that, and maybe
I definitely did.
Yeah,
I need to demonstrate the danger of raw sewage.
Yeah, and
It is foul.
If the lizards are cozy down here, maybe maybe you'll endear yourself to them. You know.
I might. Do I smell like sewage now? Does Hal smell like sewage?
You could ask your teammates.
Does Hal smell like sewage? I mean, he just took a belly flop in raw sewage.
I do have keen senses. It is. Do you want us to roll for that, GM, or are you like, no, all right? My mama said if I've got some nice to say, I shouldn't say anything, but I will say of the smells that I've smelled, you certainly don't smell like pecan pie. I will put it that way.
I am disguising myself deliberately. I did that on purpose.
Sure, you betcha.
He just gives him the Jim thing from The Office, just kind of like. It just doesn't say anything and just climbs out.
Okay, players, go ahead and give me notice rolls. You those of you that have keen senses have +2 to these rolls. So
I'm thinking Hal might take a minus to this roll, given he A, smells like sewage, and B, is busy retrieving his rad hoverboard.
no, he's fine. Just go ahead and make it
fine. Okay, cool.
These are superheroes after all. They're used to these kinds of things.
That's true. I rolled a success with a 5.
I got a success with the raise. I got an 11 because my wild die exploded.
I got a 13 success with 2 raises.
Okay. Generally, tunnels go 2 ways, left or right. You just happen to be close to a cross intersection, and so to the right, the opposite direction of the rad hoverboard, by the way, is where the cross intersection is, and you hear movement coming from the tunnel, which goes to the north. So there's a splishing, splashing that is not Hal recovering his hoverboard that you notice, and it is at least human sized. The sound and weapon wise, since you got 2 raises, you notice that it is not just that it is multiple people, and they're timing their steps so that they all hit the water at the same time, so that it sounds like just one person to the person that doesn't have as keen a senses as or isn't as lucky as you do. You just happen to hear, there's reverberations and things like that, but this isn't reverberations. This is actually they are timing their steps so that they sound like one person.
Can I get a general feel of how many?
More than 3, but less than 6.
Walk without rhythm.
Do you guys hear that?
Indeed. Hal hears all.
Sounds like one, but many are coming.
It could be one guy with a lot of salmonella poisoning down here.
What? Huh?
Huh? What?
We're in a sewer. Do you know how many germs are down here? I'm just saying.
I fear no germs.
This.
I am mechanical.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
How many times I make the GM roll his eyes tonight? This is going to be great.
So you do realize as you're listening to the footsteps that they are getting further away.
Oh, they're running from us?
Apparently.
Hey, wait, come back.
Can Hal shout, "Halt, evildoers"?
Wait, evil? No, wait. This might be the people we're trying to find.
Angel, what are you doing?
I'm just gonna start jogging toward the sound of the noise.
Everybody go ahead and give me survival rolls for tracking the individuals. And if you have keen senses, then you get +2 to this roll as well.
D4.
Ooh.
I got a 4, which is still a success.
I got a 0. That is not a success.
Wait, how did you get a 0?
Because it's an unskilled roll, so I got a -2.
Oh, I understand.
He's a machine.
And I rolled a 2.
Chris, what did you get?
I got 5.
Okay. With Angel and Weapon Y leading the way, you guys are able to track down the group, and it about 5 minutes later, winding your way through the sewers. The only thing interesting as you're making your way through here is that there is a large stack of pizza boxes in one of the areas, and that kind of makes you go, "Who would stack pizza boxes down here?"
I mean, it's kind of smart to stack boxes if you don't want to lose your way. I guess if you're down here a while.
Can Hal lift the lids to the pizza boxes to see if there's any pizza left?
There is not. You come to an open area, and standing there in front of you are 5 lizard men wearing samurai armor.
What are they wearing? I didn't actually.
Samurai armor. like Japanese knight's armor.
Is it made out of trash, or like they literally came up to the surface, took samurai armor, and then went back below the surface?
Oh, tell us it's made out of trash.
It looks like at one point it was surface, quality armor, but then things have to be replaced after combats, and so different things get put onto the armor, like a shingle, a tire over the midsection, different things like that. So it's kind of a mishmash of the armors that
Oh,
you have there.
look how resourceful y'all are. Good for you.
Hail, lizard samurai! What brings you to the sewers this fine day?
They kind of look at each other, and then one of them steps forward and he says, "Well, you look like the badgers that were fighting the walking ziggurat earlier.
Keep my
Just so you
back
know,
overboard, yo."
we are the radioactive sewer samurai lizard experiments, or you can call us Razzle if you'd like."
I reckon I'll have to.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Yeah.
So wait. So when you fight somebody, do you say you give them the old razzle dazzle? Because if you don't, you're missing an opportunity in there.
Well, Dazzle is actually our mentor.
Oh, well, that's handy.
All
That's
right.
handy.
Because I'm just asking, just out of curiosity, not that this relates at all to any existing intellectual property, which I'm sure it doesn't. But is one of them carrying a quarterstaff and another a pair of sai and another a pair of... You where I'm going with this? Another pair of nuns?
Is one of them oddly female shaped, even though none of the other ones are? Even though the other ones are androgynous yet somewhat male, and the fifth one is oddly super female shaped?
Yeah, just samurai weapons.
Yeah.
They all have a katana and a wakizashi. So.
Oh, bummer. I do love a good pair of sai.
I mean, no one's seen the Samurai Pizza Cats. I mean, totally not them though.
Oh, right. Okay. Wow. So Hal is going to. You can almost see the wires crossing in his brain as he's kind of connecting the dots here. Lizard people, sewers, not openly hostile. Aha. You, friends, are wanted to combat the forces of evil. What say you?
They kind of look at each other. That's what we do.
Yes. You are wanted in our home base to combat the forces of evil. Our boss has words for you. Can we hire you?
Oh.
You'll get paid.
Hire.
It may not be in pizza, but you'll get paid.
It'll be
even though
it'd be money.
Even though you appear heroic, we're not sure that you are honorable.
I look over Weapon Y. You appear heroic? Where did that happen?
I mean, I don't know. I just do what I'm told. All right. Yeah, I'm just.
I just kind of slice people heroically. I appreciate the heroic way you slice people.
Hal actually has a code of honor himself, and a slight to his honor is a slight to him. So he's going to say, What can we do to prove our honor to the noble sewer lizards?
One of the other Razzle steps forward and says, "We challenge you to a contest. Actually, 3 contests. The first of which
Is it a contest of how ugly we are? Because I fear we shall overcome you."
The first is a contest of wits. And for that, we will give you we ask you for a subject, and then we will come up with a haiku. In response, we will come up with a subject, and one of you must come up with a haiku.
Can I do a smarts roll to know if I know what a haiku is?
Oh no.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, I don't even know if I know what a haiku is, but I have a 6 in smarts, so I'm hoping context will get me through here.
Oh no.
I got a 7.
Okay. Yes, you do know I just sent it to Falcone earlier this week.
Yeah, come on, Hal. It's okay. It's like binary, right? It's like 1s and 0s, but like every other line is like 5 or 7. It goes up and then back, like the whole thing. It's a triangle essentially. Triangle of words. You'll be fine.
Right, I need to look that up now.
What, triangle? It's a 3-sided shape.
Yeah, it's a poem that makes a 3-sided shape. Like that's essentially what it does.
No. The haiku that I wrote, because I wrote a haiku.
Fancy. Out of character. How fancy.
Was it here? No. Good Lord.
Fun fact, haikus are the only thing in English class I ever failed because I just could not get a haiku down. Like any other English thing you gave me, past with flying colors, the haiku was like just my brain just couldn't get the rhythm of it.
Because English has so it's 5 syllables, 7 syllables, and then 5 syllables. Because English is so weird, and there are letters that are thrown into words that aren't pronounced. Figuring out that it's syllables and not, letters or something like that. It's
my teachers always made us do 1 3 5 7 5 3 1. I think it was the extra that probably threw me off. It's a lot of poem for one person.
It is a lot of poem. Oh no. Curses! I was trying to find the haiku I wrote and I couldn't find it. Oh well.
Okay, well.
Alas.
You'll be fine.
Wasn't it like Man of Metal or something like that? All right. So anyway.
We do a lot of talking in between sessions.
We do.
And it looks like
we shall compete in your haiku contest.
Okay.
Your subject, the finest animal in all creation, the axolotl.
It's clearly the badger. But yeah, go off, King.
I mean, I thought it was the giraffe, but I like that too. Yeah, that's fine.
So are they going to do a haiku about an axolotl now?
I was not expecting an axolotl.
We'll have to do a lotl of that haiku.
Hey-o.
A lotl of that haiku.
It's going to be a fun one.
So the Razzle that comes up with the haiku scored a 7. because they are samurai and they practice their haiku.
Good for
Okay.
that.
So this is a then
Are
they
you going to recite their haiku for us?
I would love to, but I don't have one available quickly.
Oh.
Water is wetter when you are an axolotl.
How many syllables are an axolotl?
Yes.
So, four syllables.
Which is why we're not doing actual haiku, thankfully. Okay, so they give you the subject of honor, an easy one. So Hal, if you're going to go ahead and do the haiku, then go ahead and give me a smarts roll.
A smarts roll. Okay. Let's see if this works. Oh, all right, fair enough. That would be a 4. So success. No raise, alas, but a success.
Well, they're just like, it's okay. It's
All right.
Can I give one?
Sure.
Honoring the code, valor in noble heart shines. Honor's light prevails.
Ooh.
Nice. All right. Since Chris actually came up with something for this, I'm going to go ahead and give Team Badger the point for the haiku.
Nice.
The leader of the leader of the razzle says next we have a test of skill, agility, if you will, as you choose one person to practice to show their calligraphy skills in comparison to Scott's.
What are your guys' agility?
Mine's a D6.
My agility is at D8.
I think you should do this one.
I'm kind of, uneven, asymmetric, if you would. I'm kind of.
No, I think your claws make up for your asymmetricism. I think you're super. Sure, yeah, I'll do some calligraphy.
All right.
It probably won't be rude.
It probably won't be rude.
Okay. John, go ahead and make a agility roll.
All right. I will make that agility roll for you. Oh yeah, I got a 9. It's a success with the raise. The wild die is doing magic for me this evening.
It is. The dice did not like the razzle, and they as he's going along, a large truck drives over, and the whole tunnel shakes, and you see the writing instrument that the razzle's using go across the page, and he just sets the quill down. Focuses himself. Gives a little head bow to Angel. Says,
I do finger guns.
Okay, so the last test, even though you've already won the contest, if you would like, would be a sparring match for first hit between one of yours and Mark.
I'll take it. I mean, but
why?
Hal and I'm seeing him like pulling up the flamethrower and like laser claws. I'm like,
I fear I am ill-equipped for a non-lethal sparring match.
Okay, well then I'll step forward.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and reset the initiative tracker here.
Ooh.
Let's see, reshuffle the cards and deal initiative.
Oh,
The Razzle got an 8 of spades, and Weapon Y, you got a king of spades. So,
wait. Ace of Hearts. Can I cheer him on?
how would you like to cheer him on? What skill would you like to use to do that?
You know, I think I would like to try and use taunt to distract him and say, "You have failed to distract Mark." Sorry, and mention.
Okay. Go ahead and give me.
Anyway, sorry. Go ahead. Taunt. Yes. And nice.
So
okay, that was 7. So success.
Okay. So what for the audience at home, what Hal just did is called an assist. It's using a skill, not necessarily the skill that has been asked to be rolled in order to give a bonus to the die roll that the other person is making. So in this case, Chris, you're going to get a +2. The Razzle has a parry score, which is the target number of 6. So with the +2 from the, I'm sorry, assist is you only get a +1 because Hal did not get a raise. So you only need a 5 on your fighting roll in order to hit the Razzle.
And can Hal speak for his assist?
Okay, yeah, I have a 7.
Okay,
My
so that
roll
hits.
is 8. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll your damage.
Okay,
Even the old razzle death.
Unarmed. Yeah, doing unarmed. My unarmed is strength, which is also a D8. Okay.
Wrestle him, Weapon Y. Wrestle
I
him.
got D6, so a success.
Okay. Yes, it would normally be a success, but he has his armor.
Okay.
So you just kind of you give him a little razzle dazzle, as somebody said earlier. You hit him, but it doesn't do any damage. And his action, he takes an action to undo the the scabbard off of his belt, and with the katana in the scabbard so that he doesn't actually hurt you much. He goes ahead and tries to swing at you with that. And
Right.
what is your parry, Weapon Y?
My parry is also 6.
Okay. So he hits you, but I don't think. What's your toughness?
Yeah. 14.
Yes, even with an exploding die into a 7, he does not do damage. He does not do damage with the scabbard katana. So
I actually do have a question. It just hit me. And bear in mind, this is the first time I've been on cast for season 2 of Gen Con TV and REM. Did we have was there a giveaway happening for the chat or anything like that? Is that a thing?
Yes, there is. And our tech is doing a giveaway for the Everyday Heroes Core Rulebook and Pacific Rim Cinematic Adventure Sourcebook.
Ooh.
So
That's the real spirit of friendship right there. Two dudes hanging out in a robot, beating up some eldritch horrors.
All right, so we'll go ahead and just normally we do initiative with a separate card roll every round, but we're going to go ahead and do this because we're getting close to a break. Chris, go ahead and roll your attack again.
My attack again? All right.
Yeah.
Oh. 7.
Okay. And the damage?
11. Success with a raise.
That is more than enough to go ahead and damage the Razzle, and he steps back, and he looks at you and just gives a bow at the waist, puts his the Razzle. Scott steps forward and says, "You are indeed honorable heroes, and highly skilled. We'd be more than glad to join you for pizza, if that is what you would wish."
Oh, yeah. Totally down for some pizza. And he returns the bow. What's the toppings?
Anchovies, obviously.
Okay. I mean, that's a little salty for me, but I can respect it. Pineapple. Fight me.
Out of character.
Angel.
Out of character. Lizards actually do eat anchovies, goldfish, and smelt. Like, that is canonical to lizards. I learned something today.
Okay, so again, if you're in chat, go ahead and type RimPC and to enter the giveaway for our wonderful prizes this week. And if you're interested in seeing more cool things that Rim Alternus does, feel free to join the Discord. And we have lots of fun, lots of games going on. You can join like Brandon, Chris, and John have with the fun and excitement, one shots and campaigns and different things going on.
You can always. Our YouTube page has a whole archive of all of our videos. So if you want to dive before the Discord, we do have our YouTube page.
Oh yes, lots of YouTubes going on. Whole seasons of Shadowrun that I played with Chris. Gosh, what else is there? There's all kinds of D&D, including Like Clockwork. One of the most popular ones is the Legend of the Five Rings videos that Hal, spelled differently, GM'd for Rim Alternus. So
we also have our regular streams, like if you want to catch up on Paranormal Albany, which is our Monday night stream that takes place in Albany in a kind of Harry Dresden-like magic version. That's probably one of our longest legacy shows at RAM now. I think of it that way. It predates me on the channel, certainly.
Well, and Brandon is actually getting ready to wrap up the Hellslayers, if I remember correctly.
The final episode is July 4th. Go out with a bang. Literally.
Indeed.
I'm sure everyone will survive. I'm sure it's not going to be a meat grinder of death.
The GM is a total great guy. I'm sure that he would never do that to his players.
See, why are you setting them up? You just setting them up for failure.
That's okay. My character has definitely not already almost died like 3 times in this campaign.
All right. I think we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here. Give the players a chance to recoup a little bit, and then we'll move on to the next part of the assignment to recruit superpowered heroes to Gamma operations.
Ooh, dance battle. I hope it's a dance battle.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Welcome back, everybody. We've had some pupper time to get our creative juices flowing again. We're totally ecstatic about having recruited the Razzles to Gamer Operations now, and eating pizza. The next data file shows up on your communicators from Nicole Storm, and there's just a silhouette with a question mark on it, and the data file says there is a person of interest who works at the New York Public Library main branch, and they are apparently capable of shapeshifting. So if you can find and contact the shapeshifter and recruit them, they're the next part of your mission.
Could keen senses potentially be of assistance here in smelling the shapeshifter despite their disguise?
Once you know who the shapeshifter is.
Ooh, okay.
But
So it's probably not the best idea to just go around to people in library and be like, "Hey, are you a shapeshifter?" There's probably got to be like a better system, or how are you feeling about that?
We could set the library on fire.
I would prefer not to set a library on fire today. That's one of the reasons I'm not allowed back in New Jersey. But you know what? I don't need to be available to all 50 states in America.
Exactly.
So, Weapon Y, how do you feel about setting the library on fire in order to figure out who the shapeshifter is?
In order to flush out the shapeshifter.
I'm sure nothing bad would come of doing such a thing.
Definitely nothing bad.
Nothing bad at all. I think you might be muted, Weapon Y.
Oh yeah, because I am. He's just gonna look back and forth between the two of you, and he's just like, "You're not serious, are you?"
I never joked.
Did I say my name is Shirley?
No, let's not burn down the library.
Would you want to freeze it? We could freeze the library instead. We could freeze it. That's the opposite of burning.
No. We're not taking a public service away from the people. It's not just
temporary. It's only temporary until we find the shapeshifter.
Burn some other non-essential building. The library is essential. We're not burning books on my watch.
Could we burn the bank?
Aiming for the books.
The library
is aiming for the building. The librarian will rescue the books.
Yeah, see, it's a good plan.
It's a terrible plan.
And Hal is going to pause briefly with his hand and a fist over his heart, and is going to say reflectively, "Librarians are the real heroes."
I pull a banana peel off the top of your hoverboard that was there from like the garbage. And I just go, "Yeah, sure." And I throw the banana peel. We could litter in the library, and then when the librarian comes to tell us off, we could be like, we could get some trash from the sewer and take it into the library.
I love these plans so much.
I hate these plans so much.
I don't hear you offering any other plans.
Okay, all right. Some other plan to get to the shapeshifter. We could plan a faux robbery or whatnot. See if they come out to try to save us. We could do like a Grand Theft Auto. See if you try to stop us.
How is the Grand Theft Auto any worse than burning the library?
We could walk into the library and announce that we are heroes in desperate need of a shapeshifter.
Like, are you talking about like we're going to drive a car into the side of the library? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, we're not going to the library.
Does Hal have like a loudspeaker system built into like his robot body? So he could like walk in and on a loudspeaker announce, "Hey, we are heroes in need of a shapeshifter."
You are not. You do
Oh.
not have loudspeakers like that.
Dang.
I mean, are there still Radio Shacks? We could add loudspeakers. You can find all the
Right.
things you need at Radio Shack.
I think all we would need are like a successful repair and electronics check. He is a robot.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what my electronics is. I have 0 in electronics. I can do an unskilled electronics to see if we can add a loudspeaker.
I have a D4 in electronics and a D6 in repair. GM, can we do this?
Ooh, how can I help?
Can you do like a news search about like all the instances?
Look on Hender's face.
Remember,
What?
you brought us all to this place together. So if anybody is responsible, it's really you.
It'll be fun, he thought. I love hanging out with these guys, he thought. They're so much fun when they get together and game, he said to himself. What could possibly go wrong?
Yes.
This is what happens, man.
And then he remembered that players will be players. Okay. All right. So
we're gonna go find a Radio Shack and make an impromptu speaker and try to attach it to Hal.
I think this is a good plan.
I love this plan.
Yeah, it's a good time.
Angel, go ahead and give me a electronics roll.
Great. I'm looking forward to this.
Oh no.
As an assist. I really hope you don't crit fail. That would be
I got a 5.
Okay. That's good.
I exploded on that. I was like, because I'm unskilled, but I still got a 5 on it. Even with the unskilled.
Okay. Hal, go ahead and make your repair roll.
Okay.
We're going to be Launchpad McQuacking you. That's what's going to happen. You're going to come up with like an ice cream cup cone holder or something like that.
It's going to be great. I got a success with a raise at 9.
Okay. It does take you a little bit, but you now have speakers in your chest.
Excellent.
You totally don't look like a robot that is in disguise.
Definitely not.
Boom, boom, boom.
Oh. When I walk, can I just have the speakers subtly vibrate so it looks like I'm flexing my pecs as I walk? Like I'm doing the Terry Crews thing.
Oh my god.
Except it's literally going boom, 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 boom.
I don't see why you couldn't do that.
As he walks down the street, Hal is going to be doing exactly that. He's going to be doing the Terry Crews pec flex, but it's actually going to be booming like boom, 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 boom.
You know, some heroes would want their theme song to play as they came into a room. But Hal wants the pec flex. So okay.
Our theme song is still in copyright retribution. There's like a YouTube strike against our theme song, sadly. So we don't want to be demonetized.
This is very true. All right. So you have your loudspeakers. I'm assuming this is the part of the plan where you go walking into the library where historically people are supposed to be quiet.
Yes.
History is for nerds.
Hal is going to stride into the library with his pecs flexing, and he's going to broadcast from the loudspeakers. And this is the New York Public Library, so like multiple stories, right?
No, yeah.
Excellent. He's going to
New
turn
York
the loudspeaker-
adjacent. We don't know that we're in New York. New York like.
Right. So he's going to turn his loudspeakers to maximum volume and is going to broadcast, Hail, noble citizenry! It is I, Hal, member of Team Badger, noble heroes. We find ourselves in need of a. And he'll pause for dramatic effect. Shapeshifter! And then he's gonna just wait.
I'm gonna hold out like a pizza box to Weapon Y and be like, anchovies on pizza. It's not half bad. You want to try
He's gonna
slice?
wait as his pronouncement echoes through the library. Did anyone hear? I'm sure people heard.
Yes, a middle-aged woman with her hair pulled back in a bun and multiple pins stuck in the bun, conservatively dressed, comes up and says, "We have a public announcement system for that. You don't need to do whatever this is."
And he's without turning the volume down, of course, because he's going to conveniently forget. He's going to say, "Yes, the public announcement system is," and he's going to flex, like a certain movie star did in a popular musical superhero adaptation, and he's going to say, "Yes, the loudspeaker is my chest," as he strikes a superhero pose.
We got the parts at Radio Shack. It was kind of amazing.
I think I'm going to have to ask you to leave because we don't need any of your ruffian behavior here in the library. You hero types tend to attract trouble. Wasn't there just a battle here in downtown earlier today?
And he's going to turn his speaker down at this point to just whisper volume. He's going to say, "Yes, there was a battle, but that's confidential, classified information."
Angel, you were saying?
I'm just here chilling with my pizza, enjoying this immensely. I'm just gonna kind of look at the librarian and go, we're kind of on a job. We can't really leave the library until we found who we're looking for. So like we could go, but kind of are stuck doing a job. You got a boss, right? We got a boss. You got a boss, we got a boss. We both have bosses. So like we just kind of pizza. I got pizza. You want a slice of pizza? It's anchovies.
You can't bring that in here. You can't bring food into the library.
Why not? What's better with books than food? If you sold garlic bread, a lot more people would come to the library.
There is a tea shop over by the entrance. You can get coffee and tea there, but they have a little seating area there specifically for food and drink. If you insist on staying, then please take your. Oh, you didn't even get the good pizza. You got it from Tony's Pizza. You didn't get it from Greg's Pizza. You should have gone 3 blocks down.
They don't pay us enough for the good pizza. We get paid enough for the not good pizza, but it's fine. It's still pizza,
Hal's going to announce at regular speaking volume. "You are correct. This is bad pizza. We got it from the sewers."
Everybody go ahead and make common knowledge rolls.
Common knowledge rolls.
Skilled in common knowledge. That's something.
Oh, hey.
I got 11. Everything exploded. Hilarious.
Oh, I got a 3.
Got an 8. Successful letters.
Okay.
Hal
this makes sense.
Well, this session.
This makes sense though because Hal doesn't eat food; he just plugs into his charging station, and that's how he recharges. Angel and Weapon Y, you both realize that the locations that this librarian is describing have been closed down for about 6 years on one location, and the other one moved about 3 or 4 years ago. So this librarian, even though she knows pizza, she doesn't know where to get the pizza anymore. So it must have been a while since she'd been to the pizza places that she was describing.
Sorry, can you guys hear my demon in the background?
No.
Okay, never mind.
Oh, there it was.
Okay.
I wasn't sure if you were talking in character or out of character. I was like, wow, that's a twist. What a twist.
No, my cat is just being a menace right now. Give me a second.
I will kind of look at the librarian and I will. This is the worst of the loudspeaker idea because I can't think of what to say because I'm a badger and I'm ugly and I don't have good social skills. I'm just going to throw a slice of pizza at the librarian to see if shapeshifters have any sort of ninja abilities.
Go ahead and give me an athletics roll.
I don't know what else to do. I'm sorry, everyone. What is my athletics? I should look at it. Oh, that's not bad. Great, I got a 4. That was a success.
And Hal attempts to intercept the pizza.
It's not heavy pizza. It's New York style, so it's 5.
Is he able to like try and snatch it out of midair before it hits the librarian?
Oh, by the way, how much time has elapsed? I know that we took time to build your loudspeaker system, but do we all still smell like sewer by any chance?
Everything has gone back to doing better.
So Hal just has like a natural like built-in shower on him where he just like cleanses his whole metal body.
Actually, you guys are wearing Gamma Operations standard uniforms, so you can.
Cool. I love that there's now a new ominous initiative tracker. I'm stoked for the thing that I have created to have happen. Oh, good. I have an edge for that. I have the quick edge. I don't know what that does, but I have a thing for that.
Okay. Actually, with quick, anything, you would get a card if you were slower, but you're fast enough. You throw the piece of pizza. Hal, you don't have time to intercept, and the librarian just stands there and watches the pizza slide down, and you see this grease stain appear on her sweater and then hit the floor. The pizza hits the floor, and she looks over her glasses at you, and the hair starts standing up on end, almost like a Medusa, or like she's some kind of model with the way, the wind machine blowing her hair, but there's no machine blowing her hair. It's just
the pizza hit the floor.
Said, leave.
I'm just going to take a wild guess and say, down the shapeshifter.
And she's intimidating. Everybody, go ahead and roll your spirit, and against her successful intimidation of 15, and that was a -2 with the unskilled check.
Oh, okay.
So,
okay.
I also have Grim, which is not going to affect that, but it might affect things after.
Oh no. I got a 4.
I got a 6.
I got a 7. It's not 15. Okay. It's still pretty good.
All right. look up the handy dandy rule for intimidation. 'Cause I don't intimidate players very often. And so sorry. It's been a minute and I have been a little distracted this week. So
Did you just say you don't intimidate players very often? I'm pretty sure I misheard that.
I don't. How often have you seen me intimidate people? And okay. So, you guys are distracted for combat purposes. So that's what I thought we were doing. It's actually up to the person doing the intimidation, whether it's distracted or vulnerable, are the two statuses that they can choose. It is a matter of choosing, and she chooses distracted. What would you like to do now? All of you are standing there. You saw the pizza hit the floor. You see that she got all scary and everything, like a ghost from the original Ghostbusters movie. Except she's actually corporeal, so there's no floating in the air.
Can Hal attempt to use persuasion to convince her that we're on her side?
Okay, that's a thing that might happen. Chris, what are you doing? What is Weapon Y gonna do?
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that? What was the question?
What are you gonna do as this librarian turns all scary looking and intimidating?
Oh,
Said get out.
I mean, are you the shapeshifter?
Angel, what are you gonna do?
So I have. So I'm not quite using my extraction edge, but I'm very aware that one of my other edges is first strike. So when the librarian moves toward me, I want to be able to use my free fighting attack once per round when I moved adjacent to.
Okay. All right.
What the? Oh, there was an unknown. Oh, okay. I was like, where was the unknown in that? Okay, that makes sense now. It all makes sense.
Okay. So Hal, go ahead and give me that persuasion roll as you try to persuade this strangely scary librarian.
Oh, Robo Rhino. Oh man. Okay. So anyway, let's see, persuasion roll. Let's see what I can get. All right. Hey. Oh, well, I mean, it's a success anyway. I got a 5 on that.
Okay. She looks at you. She's obviously, you shut your mouth, she points at Hal. You be nice, and you throw the pizza away. Follow me.
You're being very loud in the library.
Hal is going to very quietly play the thump, 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 and do the peck flex as he walks. But very quiet.
How do you quietly do the thump, 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 thump?
Well, like before, as you walk down the street, like the buildings were slightly vibrating with it, but now you can just, it's like talking volumes. Boom, 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 boom.
Can you do a whispering thump volume?
Ooh, can I do a whispering thump volume, GM?
You can do a near subsonic volume, yes. It still has the reverberation.
It's going to be like a whisper volume. Thump, 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 thump.
Okay. Angel, are you going to throw away your pizza and follow the librarian? Or what would you like to do?
I'm going to shove the pizza into my gaping maw so I don't waste pizza, and then I'm going to throw away the box.
All right.
We don't waste pizza in this household.
Absolutely not.
All
You know how
right.
much we get paid? You know how much a secret government organization made of animals gets paid? You think I have money to waste pizza? We had to go to Radio Shack for parts. Most of them have been closed since 1985.
Oh gosh. Yeah.
It was at least early 2000s before they closed down.
I know I'm teasing. I'm also hungry for pizza now, so I'm getting my just desserts anyways.
Is the danger room run off of Logitech controllers, by the way?
Oh my god. Too soon! You're really going below the surface on that joke.
But
Okay, so I'm assuming that you're following the librarian to where she's going. She goes to a quiet room, which has a table, chairs, and large glass windows so that you can still see what's going on outside in the library. And she says, "Look, yes, I'm the person you're looking for. Yes, I know that you want me to go out and do superhero stuff, and that's all great. I don't leave the library. I'm a librarian by day. I take a couple hours sleep in one of the storage closets. When I come out of the storage closet, I take up the role of Raoul, the janitor, and I get 2 paychecks, which more than is enough to for me to have my food delivered here. I haven't left this library in 10 years now, okay? I have no plans on leaving this library. You and the superhero stuff out there, it's dangerous and people are getting hurt and injured and there's stuff getting torn up and I just want a nice quiet life to be left alone and to stay here in the library where I can relax and do my job."
I was going to mention, we're not asking you to do superhero things. All we're doing is we're asking you to join our organization. It sounds to me as if you would be the perfect information broker. And you would never have to leave the library again.
You mean I can stay here?
Definitely sounds like it. Did I speak incorrectly? Was that unclear? I'm so sorry. Yes, yeah. All we're asking you to do is join our organization, not fight out there. That's Team Badger's job.
And he flexes his giant arm.
Hey, technically our boss is the one asking, so like.
As long as we report back to her that you've agreed to join our organization, I think you're fine, and I think she'd be more than happy to accept the condition that you don't leave the library.
I mean, half of all half of all deals are done by Zoom or whatever this universe's equivalent of Zoom is. Yeah.
Microsoft Teams is all Teams. There's no Zoom, only Teams.
It's just Teams.
Teams. She looks like she's about to sign on the dotted line. She's all in on this. And right behind her, you see a small circle of energy about the size of a hand, and then it starts growing larger and larger quite rapidly. And then the energy circle, an image appears of like some kind of scientific lab, and a large metallic robotic bipedal rhinoceros steps through the portal, and then the portal disappears. Hal, you recognize this new person standing in the quiet room.
Is Robo Rhino a villain? He is, isn't he?
I sent you a backstory on Robo Rhino.
Robo Rhino, right?
Robbie the Robo Rhino.
He is. Hang on.
Just let me know if I need to use my quick attack edge thing that I've got my first strike.
He is a loyal henchman who is occasionally hired by other villains. Okay.
I have to assume it's not the biggest rooms, though.
Is Hal able to like reach out an arm and like brush the librarian behind him and step in front of her to like protect her as he speaks?
Actually, the first person to act will be Weapon Y.
All right.
So, Robo Rhino is a. You guys know that he is a thug that occasionally works for Dr. Dark, sometimes works for other villains. But he, yes. So that's Robo Rhino. He stepped into the, as you put it, a very small room. There is a table here in the middle of the room with 6 chairs, 3 on each side. And like a projector screen on one end, but it's built into the wall. So, Weapon Y, what would you like to do as your
I
action?
would like to pick up this table and shove it squarely into Robo Rhino's gullet.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and make a fighting roll. As I pull out the Robo Rhino character
Fighting
sheet.
at a 8 success.
Okay. That hits. He's got a pretty sizable toughness. This is an improvised device, so go ahead and roll your strength, and I will add a D4 to that.
So, all right. The 8, 11, success with a raise.
Okay. You hit, and you do a wound as one of the legs. You know, the leg it has a screw that goes up into the table. You hit him, and the screw from the leg actually impales the leg in his chest, and so he now has a table leg sticking out of his chest. He kind of looks down at it. That wasn't cool.
What does Dr. Dark have to do with this?
You're not gonna defeat the walking ziggurat while I'm here.
Well, technically, if you're here, where is the walking ziggurat right now? You can't really protect the walking ziggurat if you're not in the same space, right?
Like he's in the bay over here.
Yeah, like how can you do that if you're in, like, you got to think this through a little bit, right? And as I'm saying that, I'm edging closer so I can use my first strike, so I can like actually go for the Robo Rhino's legs.
Okay, so the taunt from the librarian has worn off, and he is going to go ahead and try and intimidate you, all of you, because he's a villain, and that's kind of what he does.
I can't believe you didn't fall for my sparkling logic. Oh, that was quite clever.
Go ahead and give me, let's see here. Angel is next, so go ahead and everybody give me spirit rolls. Kind of playing fast and loose with some rules here. Technically, he's only supposed to be able to intimidate one person, but it's a small room.
Now I get the raise.
I got a 4.
Okay.
I got a 10, so success with a raise for Hal.
I also got a 10. Twins!
Okay.
Penguins!
Excuse me. All right. So the intimidation does not work on Angel or Hal. Weapon Y, you're a little distracted for a turn. Angel, go ahead and give me a taunt roll.
Let me see what my skill is in taunts. I would have a skill in taunt, I'm guessing, if I had it.
Yes. Let me see.
Oh, okay. Well, fun fact, even with the -2, being unskilled, I still got a 15 because my wild die exploded twice. I got a success with 3 raises.
Oh my. Okay. Well, yes, he is your choice of distracted or vulnerable. And then if you want to go ahead and use the first strike, go ahead and make a fighting roll.
I'm going to make him vulnerable.
Okay.
And then I'm going to do a fighting roll. The 9. Yeah, let me double check and make sure. Yeah, it's a 9. Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and roll your damage.
All right. This is the one I'm not sure how to do. What is it?
Okay. If you look at the top underneath the title Savage Worlds Dice Roller, there's trait rolls and damage rolls. If you click on damage rolls.
Oh, does it just automatically know what I need to roll?
Right. Just go ahead and click. Let's see here. What is your strength?
My strength is a D6, and then I have claws that give me a plus D4, but unarmed, it's just strength.
You also have a rapier.
I do have a rapier, but the rapier and the claws have the same. I guess the rapier would give me a +1 parry, but the claws and the rapier have the same damage. Oh, I understand. I understand now. Everything is very clear.
So go ahead and roll.
Yeah.
You got a.
I got a 6.
Okay. 6 does not do the damage required to hurt him, cause a wound on him.
I made him vulnerable, just like me at a stand-up comic night.
Okay. Hal, your action. What would you like to do?
Okay. I know that I'm probably going to fail, but we almost got the librarian talked down, and I kind of want to keep it that way. Can I make a persuasion roll on Robo Rhino to take it outside so we don't fight in the library?
Go ahead and make a persuasion roll.
Can I assist in this persuasion roll in any way? You don't want that, actually. I have a -1 to that.
That is a 13 because my wild die exploded. That's a success with 2 raises.
I love the wild die in this game. Wild die is very sexy cash money, as the kids say. I think they still say that.
How do you do, fellow youth?
How do you do, fellow youth? Oh, poor Kender, I've seen that face before. I know what that face means. We've ruined everything.
Yes. So the big bad villain says to himself that, he's rough, he's tough, and he's gonna tear the place apart, and he's gonna wait, what?
And Hal's gonna hold his hands up and be like, wait. And he's gonna use some special subsonics in his new chest speakers to help him with the persuasion. He's gonna go, wait. And he's gonna do this in a hushed voice. And he's just gonna say, and he's gonna cast a significant glance at the librarian. So she knows he's doing this for her. He's gonna go, and he's gonna whisper shout, kind of like, not in the library. Let's take this outside.
All right. Let's see where this goes. Okay. Normally it would be Weapon Y's turn. It looks like Chris is going to has stepped away for just a minute. So,
Hal is
initiative is-
he's gonna take like one step towards the exit and like beckon with his hand, like, come on.
Robo Rhino actually puts his head down and goes charging out the door. And you see him go down a couple of steps, the push through the front door, go down, and he's going all the way on out to the street. He's running. Robo Rhino has left the building.
So Hal is gonna turn to the librarian and he's gonna wink and he's gonna say, "We'll be right back, miss." And he's gonna follow Robo Rhino out the building.
They gave you a winking mechanism?
I can do all. And while he's still in the building in front of Miss Shapeshifter Librarian, Hal is going to grin real slow and he's going to whisper, "I can do all kinds of things." And then he's just going to sort of strut out the building with that real low, like whisper level thud, 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 thud from his pecs flexing.
I would like to run like a computer search on Hal. Make sure he's on like some kind of list somewhere.
Like I said, I can't go back to New Jersey, but don't worry about it.
All right. Well, as you make your way out of the building, you see that Robo Rhino has looked around. He kind of pulls out of a little fanny pack, if you will, pulls a cell phone out, starts talking on it, and he goes, "What do you mean the battle's over already? Am I still getting paid for this? Look, I'm not responsible for time-space hiccups with your device that's supposed to be teleporting me on time in the spot where I'm supposed to be. You sent me to Team Badger. They've already taken care of the walking ziggurat. I'm not responsible for that. I just get my pay, okay? Yeah, go ahead and gate me on back. There's no more reason for me to be here. Yeah. Okay, yeah, thanks."
This
And a portal opens up.
Brush your teeth.
Alexa.
And
Are you sure you don't want to join our side? I mean, thing.
And Robo Rhino steps through the portal, and the portal disappears.
You never know if you don't try.
And Hal's just going to shrug and say, "All right." And he's going to head back into the library. He wants to continue his talk with the Shapeshifter Librarian.
Go
ahead.
Can I notice to see if any of the doors are like a kilter that I can just like gently move back into the correct calibration, even if they're off their hinges? Just
I would have to say that this entire game has been unhinged. So the fact that there's a door that is unhinged would not surprise me in the slightest. So, okay, that all being said and done, I think we can close this chapter of the adventure. The librarian has agreed to become part of Gamma Operations, so long as she doesn't have to leave.
One sec. Ari, the librarian, can Hal make a persuasion check to attempt to convince her to go out to dinner with him?
I ship this.
what is this? Thirsty sword lesbians? What are you trying to make a love connection here?
Why not? Dude, let the robot experience love, man. You want him to turn into Skynet or some stuff. Ooh, my bad.
All right, look, Chris, we made it to the second hour, and still no F-bombs. I'm calling that a win. Okay, Brandon, go ahead and give me that persuasion roll. I'm gonna tell you right now, your target number is going to be extremely high.
That was a success with 2 raises. It was a 15. Does that match?
That does not meet the 20 that you would need to.
Oh, dang.
It's so close.
You needed that godlike like Drake Riz, dude.
She goes ahead and or they go ahead and say, sure, we'll go out to dinner sometime. That sounds great. I'll meet you there. How about that?
And Hal's going to, is he going to realize, like, oh, wait, oh, no.
Oh, no, he has no clue.
Okay, he's going to go, great, that sounds wonderful. I'll see you there.
I covertly put in like a pizza order for Raul to show up at like 2 a.m. for like the our pizza place.
Like to be
apology
fair,
pizza.
to be fair, to make it clear, you do still smell like sewer. You did fall
Is that
wholeheartedly into the sewer.
But you know what,
never,
Chris?
ever washed.
You know what
I
doesn't
didn't try to
smell
pick
like...
up some smell like literal poop.
But you know what, Chris? You know what doesn't smell like sewer? Winning a copy of the Book of the Pacific Rim, etc., whatever the thing is that people are battling for tonight in the chat that I can't see.
Everyday Heroes Core Rulebook and the Pacific Rim Cinematic Adventure Sourcebook. How about that?
That thing. That is the thing. Yeah.
All right.
Do you like how I slid that in there? Just
that was nice and real. That was almost as graceful as Hal's rad hoverboard.
So rad.
All right. We'll be back in just a little bit. Thank you, everybody.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols. in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Boo!
What a spell!
Spell.
Spell!
Spells.
She says spell like 92 times.
You gotta feel it.
Spell, 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 spell,
Oh, well.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
All right. Bringing back that Saturday morning energy. We're ready to roll. The Team Badger has done a really great job of getting Razzle and a unnamed shapeshifter who poses as Raoul, the janitor at the library at night.
And only minimal property damage. Minimal.
So far.
We should get a bonus for that. Like minimal property damage, we should get a bonus from our fearless leader.
I mean, it's not really minimal if he never really needed. Like we could have just picked up. I mean, we could have just picked something to the animal comfort.
So, speaking of damage, during the battle with Walking Ziggurat in the last episode, there was a hot dog cart that got thoroughly demolished.
Oh no, poor Dibbler.
That was me. My bad.
What did Dibbler ever do to you?
I mean, we needed to hit the ziggurat with something. It was going to smash something.
This is what happens when I go out to try to help people. You throw hot dog carts at other people. You know how expensive those are? It's like
Not
getting a
very.
medallion. It's like getting a medallion for a taxi cab. That's
It's not
someone's
very
livelihood, man.
expensive, I think. I guess at most like $300 for a heated cart, right? Hot dogs are 25 cents a piece at most.
If you're eating 25-cent hot dogs, you could be doing some damage internally.
You know what's in hot dogs?
Well, specifically 25-cent hot dogs.
Now, to be fair, this hot dog stand was a kosher hot dog stand.
Oh, that's
Okay.
good. Oh man, that is someone's livelihood. You ruined a family's life.
And so the data file has a picture of not the old gentleman that was sitting there working the hot dog stand when it was demolished, but his young nephew who mid-20s, brown hair, brown eyes, Hollywood style facial features. He came in and he stepped in between Team Badger, Walking Ziggurat, and the older gentleman that was running the hot dog stand, and kind of got the gentleman out of the way and said, told Team Badger, go ahead, do your thing. We'll stay here. And so the young gentleman that was part of the family that ran the kosher hot dog stand, that is the next person on the list. Apparently he has some kind of ability to shoot solar bolts. So he is the last person that Nicole Storm would like you to recruit today. And unfortunately, there's no contact information, but you do have his scent. You did, you could track him by scent if you wanted to. It hasn't been that long since you last saw him. And even though New York is a busy place, there's and a lot going on, you could potentially track him by smell if you wanted to. Or you could start asking around the neighborhood in a social networking type role. However you would like to try and find the solar-powered superhero is up to you.
You know, we're also tracking entries. #RemPC for the final call for the Everyday Heroes Pacific Rim thing that you just said 5 minutes ago, and I can't remember. It saved my life.
Everyday Heroes core rulebook and the Pacific Rim Cinematic Adventures sourcebook. So, all right, yep. Last chance. If you're in chat now instead of watching this in replay later, drop a RimPC in the chat for a chance to win. and we hope that that everybody has enjoyed dropping the Brim PCs in there. Sounds like we had several entries, so I really hope that that you enjoy the books when you get those. All right, so we're tracking a superhero, super villain, super powered individual. What would you like to do?
So like it's solar, right? We got some solar
Mhm.
powers. Where do people with solar powers like to go? They got like what are they called? The solariums? Should we go find like a solarium? Because that has the word solar in it. You know.
He also, the hot dog stand wasn't too far from Central Park, so Chris, what do you think?
What should we go to the solarium? Is that what the
Yep, that's what Angel's suggesting.
Because the word solar is right there. And if it's solar themed, I mean, if it was like hot dog themed powers, I'd be like, let's go to the hot dog factory. But like solar themed powers, you want to go where the sun is, right?
sounds good? I'm down.
Okay.
Hal, do you have any appropriate like solar sun summer themed music you can play for us as we head toward
Oh,
like
absolutely.
like some Beach Boys or something like that?
Hang on one second here.
Please don't play any actual music. We don't want to be demonetized.
I missed
I'm not
that
going to play
vein
any
in your,
actual music.
I missed that little vein in your forehead, Kender. I missed the little vein.
All right. So going to the solarium. Angel, Weapon Wide, go ahead and give me survival rolls.
I'll give you that
I
survival
will
roll.
say that Hal is absolutely going to be playing a particular song. I'm going to drop the link in our Discord, just so you guys know what's blasting out of Hal's chest as we walk.
I got a
blasting, like loud enough that the windows in these surrounding buildings are shaking.
I got a 13 on my survival roll, so
So you go back to the bashed and battered remains of the hot dog stand. Kind of start looking around for solariums. Start making your way towards one, and then you see Blaze, the superpowered individual, standing there on the street corner, and he looks like he's got his cell phone out, and he's standing there talking to an Oriental woman dressed in a professional business suit, and she's nodding her head, and she goes, yeah. Everybody go ahead and give me common knowledge rolls.
I just want to make sure everybody sees that link that I just dropped in Discord.
Nice.
So yeah, so that's blasting as we walk down the street.
I got a 4. I have vague common knowledge. 4 is a success, but it feels like a minimum amount of success as far as
Yes,
common
you
knowledge.
just got the second snake eyes of the night.
How about you, Chris?
I have a 6.
All right. Brandon, go ahead and close your ears.
Oh no.
The Oriental businesswoman who's talking to your the person that you're going after is actually Lady Slicer, the supervillain who created you by fighting with original Badger.
Nope, can't hear a thing.
All right, come on back, Hal.
All right, there we go.
I was going to say that may have worked too well.
All right, so you guys,
my rad tunes.
Angel and Weapon Y immediately recognize everybody having that conversation. Hal is just jamming out, enjoying his tunes.
I am bopping, man. Like my head's got. I'm just like, yeah.
And of
You do
course, that
realize
music
if you were a citizen, you'd get a ticket, right?
immediately, the Oriental businesswoman looks over,
Maybe we should have
stares
done.
straight at Hal.
Maybe we should have done this the other way around. Maybe we should have gone for the kid first.
So the lady's looking at me. Hal pays no mind. There are always ladies looking at him. That fine librarian was looking at him. Am I right?
Blaze turns around, looks at you, and goes, "Oh, it's you guys."
Indeed, it is us.
Says, "So, I don't know." He turns back to the businesswoman and goes, "I don't know if I would ever need weapons of the week. That doesn't seem like I really need weapons. I mean, this looks like knives or whatever. I'm not really a knife guy. But the Dr. Dark's Doom tips, that seems like it would be kind of useful. So how much does the application cost to sign up for villains.net?"
Do the rest of us hear this?
Yes.
Are you guys going to say anything?
You're the one with the high persuasion.
Oh, that's true. I am.
I can say things, but I will make things go in the wrong direction. I have several things on my mind, but
You can go ahead and say things, and you might get a bonus for good role playing.
Heroes Quarterly is much cheaper. We've got like a Reader's Digest thing. It's like a third of the price. You don't want that. It's like a pamphlet, and then they start sending you mail, and they never stop sending you mail. Like, just think about how much mail you want to receive before you sign up for something like that.
And Hal is going to say, "Forsooth, are you trying to tempt this young man into the ways of the wicked?"
But mostly it's the mail thing. Mostly it's just the massive inconvenience of way too much villain mail. Like,
That's a very
think about how many
expensive magazine. Last
how
time
many
I signed up,
emails you get. It's just one of those things where, like, just think about the amount of emails you'd get from like a spam folder, but like have that be a physical thing that shows up on your door like every week. Is that really what you want for your life? I mean, honestly.
it's one of those scams as well. I know last time I signed up for $4.95 plus free shipping, but then they started charging me $60 a month, and it took me like 7 months to unsign up. Oh God, such a pain.
Did you ever sign up for the Columbia Records thing where they were like, "We'll give you one CD on the penny and you only have to buy 12 more"? It's like that, except it's like a whole row of bookshelves, like a whole villain encyclopedia. It never ends. Just,
It took me forever to
it's better to be
cancel.
freelance. It's better just to be freelance and like make some decisions like at some other point in time. You don't want whatever the villain magazine is now. You don't want that.
Well, yeah, but this is online, and it seems to be pretty sustainable.
That's what they say, but like, did you read did she give you the fine print? There's like a 5-page fine print, like an iTunes terms and condition thing.
They're going to start trying to sell you weight loss drugs.
You start owing people kidneys. You only get 2 kidneys, right? Like, you start owing people like pieces of kidney. You don't want any part of that.
This whole time, Weapon Y has just been looking back and forth, like between the two, just dumbfounded just like surprised that they haven't passed out since they haven't like taken a breath yet. And he's just like, what is going on? And he wants to like just kind of like walk over and just like pick the kid up by the scruff.
It's so extreme, I lost my yeehaw accent. That's how desperate I am right now. It's so extreme, I'm no longer speaking in cowboy. How is your stealth? If you have enough stealth, you might actually be able to get over there and pick up the kid by the scruff of their neck, actually. How is your stealth?
Let's see.
It's going to be better than mine.
Myself is a D4.
Oh, your stealth is the same as mine. I'm surprised by that. I don't know why.
I mean, because I do have a one gigantic arm that's made out of steel.
I mean, but I feel like people don't want to look at that, right? Like, you think you'd have higher stealth because people would actively be avoiding looking at the giant arm. Because people want, like, normalcy. That's never mind. It's what you have for it. So that doesn't help. I guess we're not really very sneaky, are we? Probably not.
Okay. Angel, go ahead and give me a persuasion roll. Chris,
I don't feel good about this.
Go ahead and give me that stealth roll.
Alrighty.
Yeah, that was a 2. That wasn't a good persuasion.
I got a 6.
Okay. And Hal, go ahead and give me a persuasion roll as well.
I hope you do better than mine.
Here is a 5.
Okay.
That was still better than mine.
So the lady looks over and she goes, "Ah, you baby badgers are so annoying.
Baby badger.
You do realize that I'm the reason why you were created, right? And what I've created, I can also destroy."
I'm like 25.
Are you though?
I don't, out of character, I don't know, but I'm just going to say that because I'm going to protest at the idea of being a baby.
Actually, you guys aren't that old. You're about 4 or 5 years old. But because you are regenerated parts of the original Badger, you guys have memories and things of they're kind of cloudy at times, but the original Badger memories. So you have history and different things, but it's been because because you aren't part of the original anymore. Your memories have diverged, and you have different skills, and of course the mutagenic properties of the regenerating serum that or overdrive serum that Badger had taken made your different cells develop differently. So,
And I'm just going to outright lie and say I'm 25.
she sits there and starts scratching her head. She goes, "I don't think I time warped that much. I mean, there was that time in Monaco, but
look, Robo Rhino thought that Ziggurat was still around. Like, he got warped here earlier. Like, I just gotta tell you, I don't know what kind of network you have. This is something you can pay attention to, kid. I don't know what kind of network you got for villainy, but you guys are just not good with timing stuff. Like, if you want to get places on time, you have to like triple check things. I'm just saying. It seems very incoherent, just like as a whole organization.
I suggest putting a timer on your personal device if you need to be places in a timely fashion.
Yeah. See, like if you get Heroes Quarterly, that comes with like a personal calendar stationery set, and it comes with like a little personalized. You can get a personalized little pen, right? And so you could like be whoever you want, but you can keep like a date and total. Like specifically, Robo Rhino, it wasn't sure he was getting paid. So like, are you sure you're getting paid to try to like seduce this young man to the evil side. Are you sure you're getting paid? Just you should probably like call your boss and make sure. You could do that right now. You can just like step away and take the call, and we'll wait for you right here. I mean, it'll be fine.
The Legion of
Did I
All-Consuming
make it?
Darkness has no need for interference from the likes of you.
Didn't
And
you get a
you
hot
do
dog card thrown at you?
you do a quick thing. Legion of All-Consuming Darkness. Load. Their team name is Load. Um,
Did did you go through market research for that name?
what do you mean?
I just it just think about it. Just think about the acronym. I'm just saying, like market research is always very valuable for name branding, and that seems like an
Dangerous.
oversight. Just
It,
slightly.
it was Dr. Dark's idea.
Also, all encompassing, like that's a little bit egotistical, right? Like,
You met Dr. Dark. I mean, come on.
I mean, but I mean, just think about the fact that you got a hot dog cart thrown at you earlier, like not even 2 days ago. I mean, all-encompassing evil and hot dog carts. I'm just saying, you just have to. It seems even for like being all-encompassing evil, just the bravado of it. It just seems,
I,
By the
needless
way,
to say,
I stage whisper at why I'm trying to distract her. Do something. I like stage whisper.
yeah, and Y goes ahead and grabs the kid and pulls him away, and so you put pretty much a lot of space, and he's still looking at his phone, going, "Oh, uh, apparently the insurance will cover that." Ah, wait, where are we going?
Yeah, we're going to a safe place. We need to get out of here before he nods over to Hal. He's like, before Hal does this thing, and he tries to just pull him out of the way, out of the supervillain, and then starts
We're gonna
sneaking past.
pretend this was the plan the whole time.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also have to say something I love about Savage Worlds. This shared initiative tracker that we get to see is so elegant. Um, I really do love the Savage World card-based system for combat. It's so unique. I love it.
Yeah, and it's pretty intuitive. Ace is high, and then you just keep going down. And then if you want to spend a Benny, you can spend a Benny. Like if Hal wanted to go before Lady Slicer, there's a chance that he could do that. If he wanted to spend a Benny, nobody's spent any Bennies yet. Weapon Y, we're going to go ahead and say that your job was getting the kid out of the way. Angel, do you want to do anything to Lady Slicer besides just talk to her?
Um, am I far enough away that I could use my extraction edge so the foe doesn't get a free attack when I withdraw from close combat? Because I'm not. I don't think I'm far enough. I'm too far away from. I may be overthinking my edges. That might be part of the problem. I'm just gonna keep talking.
Okay.
Like I'm just literally having this big debate about why would you join this organization of obvious egotism that gets hot dog carts thrown at them. I'm just gonna keep if I can just keep her distracted, like I'm just gonna keep talking. Eventually we'll get like onto like Rubik's cubes and how you solve Rubik's cubes and how I've never seen an evil person solve a Rubik's cube.
Oh my god.
Going full Panabon right now.
Okay. Blazes is after Angel, and he looks at he kind of looks at Weapon Y and goes, but that she said that she was going to buy me a weapon cart, but according to the insurance adjuster, it's covered for superhero battles. So I just need you guys to acknowledge that you guys did the damage, and then my insurance adjuster can go ahead and go ahead and begin the proper legal steps to, let me read this to exactly, the proper legal steps to pursue compensation from Gamma operations.
That's it, of course. Like, we'll sign your reimbursement, waiver or whatnot.
Okay. Lady Slicer, her hands pop out, and her claws pop out about 3 or 4 inches long, and her hand stretches out from where she's standing to where Blaze is looking at his phone, and her hand just goes shooting through the phone, totally destroys it. I mean, screen gone, back gone, hits him in the hand. Ow, oh, dang it. Al, what do you do?
Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, I'm going to look at Lady Slicer and I'm going to mention, it's rude to go around destroying phones. And then am I within attack range?
Yes.
All right. And then I'm going to go ahead and look at her, and I'm going to look at the boy, and I'm going to say, boy, she's on the wrong side. Here to help us out in your first big superhero adventure? And is he near her at all?
No. Weapon-wise gotten him pulled away from her. So she actually had to use a reach superpower to hit his phone.
Is the weapon Y near her?
No.
Yeah. Well, no.
I mean,
by the kid.
you guys are still on the same city block, but you're not like within arm's reach of them. So you would actually, Angel is fairly close to her. You are like a step away and can step up. Weapon Y and Blaze are at this point 6-8 feet away.
So if I use my heavy flamer, it would probably hit Angel, right?
I have
great
healing power. Just go for it.
And you can actually control the cone in such a way that you've got practice with it. You just need to make a shooting roll.
I was going to have you throw me, but you know what? I'm okay with this too.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Let's go ahead and start with the heavy flamer. Let's go ahead and actually, but I have
Call me John, and I'm right here.
And two-fisted. Nope. You know what? We're gonna go with ambidextrous martial arts and two-fisted. So I'm gonna make 2 attacks on her with my energy chainsaw claws. So it's gonna be +1. Ignore that. Make an additional attack at no multi-action penalty. Cool. Okay. So that's
and
2 fighting.
You also have an ally in combat, so that's a gang up bonus of +1, and her parry is 7, so your target number is 6.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and attack her with my claws. And you said my target number is 6.
Mm-hmm. What was that, Angel?
It's just like Mad Max Fury Road with the guy with the bagpipes in the back of the truck with the fire.
Okay. First attack 6, second attack 14.
Okay. Both hit.
Okay.
I know 14 would hit. Good lord.
I was going to say the second one was 16. My bad. So that was 8 and 16. I forgot the +2 modifier from the gang up bonus and the +1 for me being a martial artist. So with that 8 and that 16, you said it was 6, right?
Yes.
So that's 10, 14. So that's 2 raises on the second one, right?
Anything beyond a single raise is still the same result of added D6 damage.
Okay. So 1 hit with a raise, right?
Yes.
Very cool. Okay, so let's roll my strength plus D10. And yeah, okay, that's already been done. So that's going to be a D10 plus 10 damage. Okay. Hang on one sec. And this is a heavy weapon because it's energy chainsaw claws. It counts as heavy and a heavy weapon with armor piercing 6.
Okay.
So
well, that takes care of most of her armor.
Whee! All right, and damage rolls. Okay, so the first damage is a 14. Okay, and the second one is a 14. Jesus.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
14 damage twice.
because of the armor piercing, those are both wounds.
Ooh.
Yes. And she is not incapacitated yet, but she is definitely feeling it.
And he's not gonna be attacking like a certain famous IP that we all know and love, but these are energy chainsaw badger claws. So he's attacking like a badger because honey badger just don't give a shit.
Dun, dun, dun.
All right. Next round of combat. Lady Slicer going first.
Can I spend a Benny to see if I can get a better card?
Angel will be getting another card because of Angel's.
Oh yeah, can't get lower than a 4 or 5, right?
I can't get lower than a 5.
Oh.
By the way, as this combat is happening, Angel has moved on to talking about the last time we had Truce Day, and I brought Monopoly over. Y'all lost my race car. So think of this as payback for losing the race car token on the Monopoly board. I had it specially made. It was Badger themed. You know how hard it is to get a Badger race car token?
So what does Angel get for his second card?
That's what I'm looking at for the. Here we go. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Ooh, that's
That would
cool.
be a 9 hearts.
That's new.
I appreciate
Sorry,
it.
I'm gushing over savage.us. That's really
should.
cool.
Savage.us. It's a wonderful site for all of your Savage World needs. And I believe the price is very reasonable, isn't it? For
It is.
for
Yeah.
$30 for a 1-year subscription.
Yeah.
And there's also a free option if people just want to try it out.
Yeah. It's free for, I think you get like 4 or 5 characters that you can store on it for free. And then the subscription is, I think, unlimited characters. Don't quote me on that.
100 characters.
100.
Almost 100 characters, yeah.
There we go.
Very reasonable. You know, it's just, you just set yourself up for success left and right.
Yeah, I think I've got like 20 odd characters saved on there. So anyway, so back to game. Am I able to spend a Benny to try and draw a new card?
If you'd like to, yes, you can.
Yeah, I would very much like to.
Okay, so
let's see what I get. Oh,
okay, you keep
I'll
the
stick with
highest one. Yep. All right. So, Lady Slicer does not like being sliced like that. What is your parry there, Hal?
Let's see. It is I think it's an 8. I think. Oh, it says right up top. Yeah, there we go. It's an 8 because I am carrying a large polymer shield as well as my claws.
Are you playing like Rise of the Valkyries on your boombox in your chest?
Oh, I'm playing the what's it called? The
All the Single Ladies by Beyonce.
Oh, it is Ride of the Valkyries. There we go. Yes, I'm playing Ride of the Valkyries out of my chest boombox.
So majestic.
Absolutely. Sorry, I'm getting tired. We're getting close to my bedtime here.
That's okay. You almost murdered the villain in one shot, so you know it's okay.
Honey Badger just don't give a shit.
All right. So, that's not good. What is Hal's toughness?
13.
Okay. So you're just shaken as she does a little claw of her own. And
hang on. That's to recover from. Never mind.
And so Blaze sits there and he goes, I don't want to have anything to do with any of you. I'm out. And he starts just sprinting down the street. Hal, what do you do?
Let's see. Well, I'm shaken, right? So I can't do
Yes.
much of anything until I recover. So I'm going to recover from being shaken. That's a
Okay.
bigger roll, right?
Spirit.
Spirit roll. Okay, spirit with a +2. Hang on one sec. I get the +2 because I'm a robot. Okay, there we go. And I mean, it's a 4.
Okay, that's a success. So you won't be able to do anything else this turn.
Okay.
But you're going toe to toe with the major villain that fights Badger. So they're the original Badger.
All
Angel,
right.
what would you like to do?
I want to, just in case weapon wise distracted, I want to say as Blaze says they want to go, I look back at weapon wise and says, don't lose sight of the kid. And then I am going to, so if I want to use an edge, do I spend a Benny to use an edge? Is that how it works?
No, you just have the benefit of the edge, so you just do it.
Okay. So I'm going to attack. If I use my claws, okay, so they're all melee, so I'm gonna use my claws, but I am going to invoke my edge called Frenzy, which gives me a second fighting die with
Okay.
one melee attack per turn. So I get to roll strength plus d4 twice. Am I understanding that correctly?
So what you'll do now, are you ambidextrous and two-fisted as well?
Sure. No, I don't think I am. I think it would say on my shift if on my sheet if I was, wouldn't it?
Okay. Yeah. Let me pull up your character sheet here real quick. Because I made these guys. I know how they work.
Yeah, it doesn't say ambidextrous on them. I guess if I'm just attacking with one hand, I don't know.
Frenzy, regeneration, skill bonus to fighting. Oh. Okay. No, you don't have. So yeah, you do have the frenzy, so you can go ahead and do that. So yeah, go ahead and roll. You have a fighting of D10 +1. You get a +1 bonus for gang up because you guys are you and Hal are beating up on the same poor helpless businesswoman.
I mean,
Businesswoman.
is she helpless?
But so your target number with a D10 will be a target number of 5.
I got a 6.
Okay. And go ahead and make another fighting roll.
I got a 6 on the second one as well.
Okay. Now you'll go ahead and roll your damage.
My damage is strength plus d4.
Right.
I got a 10 in damage.
Okay. Okay, and since you made 2 attacks and they were both successful, go ahead and roll the second one.
All
the
right.
damage for the second.
I got 19, a success with 3 raises.
All right, so she was already hurting. Let's see here. I forgot to have her try and heal.
Kids, this is what happens when you play Monopoly with your friends or enemies or arch enemies or frenemies. If you lose the race car or the thimble or even the iron, They're hard to track down, okay? They're very small. Don't do it. I have a lot of rage about it.
Okay, so that was Angel's turn, knocking the bad guy down. She's unconscious ish right now so far. Weapon Y, what would you like to do?
Oh, she's unconscious.
Yep.
How's the kid doing?
He's down the street a ways a little bit.
Okay. I would like to pick up the remains of the hot dog cart.
Okay.
If I can, and then I'd like to hit her in the face with the hot dog cart.
I thought you were gonna like take it to the kid and like do like a really sweet gesture, but no, you're just gonna deck an arch villain with a hot dog cart.
I mean, I feel like that's what the Badger would do, right? You know it to be true.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead and
I guess we've successfully not created a hero or a villain origin story for the kid. He's just like, this is nonsense.
So the cart the cart is totally destroyed at this point. She is it's good for her that she has regenerative abilities. And you realize that she's probably going to come to at some point. But you see people standing around pulling out their cell phones going, why are they beating up on that woman? I don't know, but this is like superhero brutality. This is oh my gosh, what are they doing to this poor person? Oh my gosh, what did she ever do to anybody?
I just ignore them.
Oh no.
All right. So so I guess the question is, do you guys just let Blaze get away? How would what do you do at this point with the crowd the crowd is starting to kind of close in on you, and you see Blaze starting to make his way around a corner.
I mean, it's not Hal's turn, right?
Let's go ahead and drop out of combat rounds. You guys can do enough damage to Lady Slicer that she's not going to go anywhere anytime soon.
Did her fingers like retract when she became unconscious, or are her like middle fingers just like out there in front of God and everyone's just like ignoring the middle fingers on the ground?
No, they did retract. Yeah, she looks totally human. Just a normal everyday person in a business suit getting assaulted by 3 superheroes. It happens in New York, I guess.
The Watchmen all over again. Yeah.
Wait. So those metal fingers on Lady Slicer, those are claws that pop in and out, right?
It actually, kind of like the shapeshifter could change her overall body shape. Lady Slicer's fingers actually kind of morph into sharp, pointy bioweapons, if you will.
Is that so she can make strikes of death, you might say?
You said she's got regenerative powers, right?
Yes.
So just theory here, just talking in hypotheticals.
Oh boy, I love hypotheticals.
Given the regenerative powers, what would happen if we cut off her hands and then cauterized the stumps?
So while you do that, I'm gonna go over here, away from you. I'm just gonna Pink Panther myself out of the scene to try to catch up with the kid, because I'm not persuasive, but I feel like Anakin Skywalkering a villain is maybe outside of the purview of my freaking rage.
It's just a hypothetical. I didn't say I was doing it. All right.
Panabon is like, hypothetically, if I did this, what would happen? And then Panabon goes and does the thing.
So
well,
as what
Alan's
Chris,
gonna go
what
down it. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Chris, what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna try to start sniffing down the blaze.
Okay.
Alan is going to look down at the woman for a long moment, and then he's going to say, "I would never strike a downed opponent, but your day is coming, foul villain." And he's going to broadcast this loud enough for the whole crowd to hear, and he's going to say, "Lady Slicer, we're putting you on notice today." And then he's going to hop on his hoverboard and jet off after the boy. And he's got his totally rad hoverboard, so he's gonna like try and do some tricks while he's heading off after the boy.
You hear a familiar paternal voice almost say, "Good job, guys. I'll take this one in." As he flicks his cigar off into the gutter, steps up with his red flannel shirt, cowboy hat, work boots, pops a claw, says, "Don't even think about moving, lady, because I know what you're capable of. Team Badger, go do your thing. I'll take care of Lady Slicer." And you see original Badger standing over Lady Slicer as you go chasing after.
Papa. I don't say that aloud. I'm thinking to myself, Papa.
Hal is going to, while he's doing fancy tricks on his rad hoverboard, he's going to turn back for just a moment, stand tall, and salute. And then go back to doing rad tricks on his hoverboard as he chases the boy.
As you guys are chasing Blaze down, you hear the familiar sound of Gamma Operations roto drones flying over the city, and that's pretty familiar sound. You're used to it. They do that occasionally, but then the roto drones start opening fire on just various things, and you get a phone and you get a mass text not from a Gamma Operations phone number, and it says, "This is Nicole Storm. The Flying Fortress has been hacked. You need to find the Void and stop him."
Dun dun dun.
And that's where today's episode of Team Badger will end, on a cliffhanger.
I have a question.
Another mission in the
If it's hacked, does it then become the Falling Fortress?
Yeah, it could.
I'm just throwing it out there. If it's flying and it's hacked, even momentarily, it would be falling. I feel like.
I mean, it depends on what system's hacked. Like they could keep the propulsions on. Like it'd be like in what was it, the first Avengers? That thing got hacked, it didn't immediately fall out the sky.
I just want to note that Hal rolled a success with 2 raises on an agility check to do some rad tricks on his hoverboard.
All right.
You are the Tony Hawk of Badger themed superheroes, my friend.
He's like the Tony Hawk in his way down the street. Tony Hawk is now a verb.
To be hawked. Okay. I'm also excited. I want to hear who won our super fabulous giveaway for the thing that I can't keep in my brain that involves Pacific Rim. All I can remember is the Pacific Rim and the word every day.
So that would be the Everyday Heroes core rulebook and Pacific Rim Cinematic Adventures source book. And let me check, and I believe that yes,
Did I win? Am I the drama?
You did not win, unfortunately, Angel.
That's because you have to enter to win. That's how that works.
It looks like Interface got the win tonight, so congratulations on that. And yes, thank you very much for everybody who entered. Thank you everybody for going ahead and staying with us tonight. Interphase, you might go ahead and send a whisper to myself or Honey Bay. I can never.
Honey Bear.
Honey Bea. There we go. And so that we can get in contact with you about delivering the prizes to you. Just quick. I mean, we've got a few moments here. I would just like to ask the players what they thought of the adventure.
I mean, I thought it was fantastic.
Yeah.
Always have a great.
I love Team Badger. I will make no secret of that.
Yeah, it feels because it's familiar superhero storytelling, but it doesn't feel stale, which is really
Yeah.
nice. I know there were places where things could have gone horribly wrong that they didn't. And so I enjoyed the ways in which it was expected and unexpected. Um, you could go a lot of directions with it, so it was fun to be part of. It was a good time.
I did really enjoy the specific group of players we got together as well. I mean, not to, make this, cliquish or anything, but you two are players that I've worked with before and that I've really enjoyed, or you three, I suppose, are folks that I've really enjoyed playing with before. So I'm going into this comfortable with my GM and comfortable with my fellow players from the get go. That was really great, and the adventure itself was just it's so pulpy and so tongue in cheek and so just Saturday morning cartoons all over again. So I really enjoyed it.
Well, I hope that everybody watching enjoyed as well. And I suppose this has been another episode of the One Shot Show. Stay tuned to Gen Con TV, and Emerald Glitch is scheduled to be back next week. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of adventures the crew gets run through. I mean, gets to do next week.
Bum, bum, bum.
It really is an Emerald Glitch is this season is it's different, it's interesting, and it's a lot of fun. So thanks again, everybody. Have a great night. Be safe and enjoy your gaming.
Much love, everybody.